TiferetEvocatus Victor, and we are going to be back again today with some Girls Frontline 2. Kind of like it went. We're going to be playing 610's event. Gosh, I'm sorry. I got like a little bit of hiccups here, so if I make weird noises, please forgive. But yes. Oh boy, I wonder what the hell that came from. Anyways, only playing 6th event, Moonshroud Requiem. So 6th is like the first, this could be our first playable 3rd gen doll. Previously from, well, I mean, RO is technically the first one, but in this game,
my oh
the
my.
new ones.
Thank you so much for your generosity.
Oh my god, I never hear that. I never hear that alert sound. Oh my gosh, you didn't have to give me that. Thank you. Thank you, Paul Frost. I much appreciate it. That's gonna go, help a lot for the maintenance I'm gonna be having. But yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you. Definitely too much, to be honest, but, you know, I appreciate it. Make sure you take care of yourself first, okay? That goes for everyone. But, yeah, Sexton's here. She got a redesign for this event, which is really cool. She looks more like Bloodborne-esque. She could actually fit inside like a different game, like a fantasy game if we really wanted to, but, you know, she's cool. I'm not gonna pull for her though, because I think the next pre-pull that are gonna come out will probably be like either Sopdog or Wellrod. I think. So I really want Sopo first off, you know. I mean, I don't even use melee units, but she looks really cool though, to be honest. You know, maybe one day I'll pull for her, but not today. The whole player event, I'm really curious to see what her event is, because we don't really know what she's been up to for, you know, this whole time. When we've seen her briefly, when we turned her to our side, we saw her briefly way back when we did a 416's event and they're fighting Blue Sphere. And when the Elmo crew came to the rescue of 404, and she like appeared there, but she didn't really do anything. So yeah, we didn't find out what she's been up to this whole time. So I'm really excited. Well, hopefully she'll play a more prominent role in the future. Hopefully she doesn't go back to the other side and become like a bad guy again. But, you know, we'll see. So we'll see. Okay, Moonshroud Requiem. Let's go check out the song for this. Which is basically LOE, okay. Oh, ooh, that violin. Ooh, look at the art. Oh, this looks good. This is so fitting. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, that's epic. Or the epic flames bloom and the mist slowly rolls in. Within the bloody castle brews a conspiracy that could destroy everything. Look at these. And the hands are like kind of like leaves, but also hands. Oh my god, this is beautiful. Oh, this song is beautiful. Oh, look, I don't know if you can see it, but it's like particles coming off her rose. I wonder what the rose symbolizes, because it's like the only like different color on her whole scheme. I wonder what that's supposed to mean. Oh, this sounds good. They got the xylophone in there too. Oh, she's gorgeous. I'm not going to this. I'm sorry, I like how she has a snake sword too. The first character I've ever seen using a snake sword was Ivy. Soul Cobber. Okay, and it loops. That's really cool though. I really like the song. Bloodborne shit right there. It does, right? Oh, they had a whisper. Oh, look! It's a castle. Where's the doll? Where's our doll? Good hunter. Where's our doll? There's no doll here. That'd be cool if there's like a doll. Or like a reference. That's really cool. Boy, I wonder what this is gonna take place in. This is interesting. Chaos. An unknown secret hides within a ruined body. She was born amidst the chaos. Oh, she's an anime unit. I love that eye. Her eyes, it's like a zipper. Not quite a smile, but not quite anything. An agile and cunning doll who was once under the command of the Orlok conglomerate. She was abandoned after failing an important mission and suffered severe damage to her neurocloud. Delma rescued her and she has become a reliable friend with the crew. Compared to my previous colleagues, the dolls are appreciative insult, I think.
Hi, honey.
So I'm gonna have the commander's gonna utilize her because she can do mimicry. He can do mimicry. Alright. Hello, Xiong. What's up? Welcome. As I foresaw. Oh. Who was calling me? Oh, this must be her neural cloud. Oh, there's chandeliers. Oh, not chandeliers. Candle with the candle something. I don't know what they're called. Poles of bush candles. Helena. You're Helena. No, you're not 043. Who are you? Hey, so there's one who hears my voice still. Not Helena? No, oh, there's two. Two? Exist no more. It's weird. So why? What do you mean? Oh, this music is this is so beautiful. I haven't heard this track yet. Your eyes have beheld, through them I have seen. So that is how it has come to be. Yes, the one who pulls the thread of fate. Dance by your side. That's an interesting exchange. Mei Ling, are you ready? Alright, we're gonna turn her on? Is this where we turn her on? Of course, I'm ready to start up the scan program at any time. Maybe this is like in the past. Great. Okay, alright then. Gosh, she looks so cool. Oh, she's so cool. 6 tons, please follow Mei Ling's instructions as they come. Oh, diagnostics, huh? At the side, Sextons has been staring at my form in silence, unmoving as a statue. Upon hearing my instructions, he heeds with a nod, putting what I nearly thought to be a rigid stone into motion. In she goes, to the repair pod that Mei Ling designated. Relax, we're doing a regular data backup and a round of routine maintenance. We'll be done before you know it. Mei Ling carefully straps Sextons onto the table. When she confirms that all the restraints are secure and locked, she closes the repair pod door and engages the biometric lock. With all that done, she gives me a thumbs up. Since it's been pretty stable ever since Dear reinitialized her neural cloud and fixed her frame. However, when I don't give her any commands to follow, she simply stays silent, watching the Elmo's dolls and humans go about their daily lives. It makes her seem a lot more harmless, but it also portrays a lack of desire to blend in with the crew. Maybe she's like this as a result of losing most of her neural cloud data. So she just stands there like a statue and just watches everybody?
Thank you.
She's probably like committing that to memory though. I don't think she's idle. Unchained Sword, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome. For lack of a better way to describe the situation, Sextons is more akin to an ordinary instance of artificial intelligence compared to the other dolls. Unchanging and limited in features, only carrying out inputted commands ad infinitum, and without the means to communicate its own will. So she's like a blank slate? There is a silver lining, however. Sextons is far more stable in both body and mind when compared to Blue Sphere, who had run into some trouble with just a few days ago. I forgot to still have Blue Sphere. That'd be cool if they could turn Blue Sphere to us. I love Blue Sphere's design. She's so pretty. Been meaning to catch her in TFL games that you're able to. Well, welcome. Hope you enjoy it. We acquired some rather unexpected pieces of information in the last time Groza hacked into Sexton's base layer. Back then, I hadn't realized how important it was, but the explosion in the Earth that happened not long after brought it to the forefront of my mind, providing details that helped me to make some predictions regarding Paradis's new research direction, as well as the nature of third-gen dolls. Right now, I lack leads and means to gather useful information. Hopefully, we'll be able to get a decent amount of intel through Sextons. Third-gen dolls, Boojums. the secrets behind Helena, and the experiments and conspiracies involving the relics. Jesus, she doesn't really talk about the relics much. Last time they talked about the relics was, Gilovec, when her thing was going on. If we succeed, we'll be able to uncover what we need. That's right. In this desolate wilderness, this yellow zone hundreds of kilometers away from aiding it and all help, where so much as has been said and done, I can finally start making a move. Mailing, prepare. As the big preparations began, I spotted a tiny figure out of the corner of my eye, hiding behind a machine. As a Helena. Figure scurries back, seeking to hide itself from my gaze, though it fails to do so completely, leaving a small strip of fabric peeking around the corner. Wait, is that Melanie? Oh, it's Melody. Okay, we have both Helena and Melody, right? I will go over and yank Melanie from the back of the machine. Young lady, you're not supposed to be back there. Melanie, what are you doing here? I was just looking for something that I dropped here. Don't you lie. Lying's not good for little girls. You dropped something? Here? What was it? It was... Molly's stutter is starting and stopping, but I can't muster the words. She can't muster the words to what she wants to say. Okay, blah. Her gaze sweeps from side to side in an most uncharacteristic manner. Something is wrong. Keeping this in mind, I squat down and pat her head. Why is she so nervous? What's wrong? Did you notice something strange? I mean, if you want to watch, you can watch. Not even a whisper leaves her lips in the face of my question. All right, Melanie. You'll have to leave the admissions room if you're unwilling to tell us. We're going to start up a neurocloud scan program soon. An unaccounted heat source will disturb the scan data if it remains in the room. Oh really? Wow, it's that sensitive. Hold on. I had to stay. Why? Why? That's curious. Our Rizma communicated to my ear. Kodafe, come to the admissions room and take Melanie away. Kodafe is like the designated babysitter for all the little ones. Commander, wait. I just wanted to stay and confirm something. About Miss Sextens. About Sextens? Yeah. There are a few things that I want to confirm. Could I stay here and observe the scan results with you guys? She's like I'm very mature, huh? I'll tell you everything once I confirm what I need to. Melanie seems to be highly interested in the Sextens, sticking glances at the repair pod even as she talks to me. Her behavior at this moment reminds me of something. Right, Melanie mentioned it when we ran into Sextens back then. I knew it. Knew what? I've seen her before. Not this one, but she looks a lot like the ones I saw before. I had a theory that the Sextens we found in the desert may not be like the original Sextens, like she was just like a discarded model. Or it was the original Sextens and they just made a new one. She also has signs of that fusion. Oh. Do you know what these signs of fusion are? They're from Boojum extracts. They show signs like this after fusion. What's the sign, though? That's right, Sexton started self-repairing at the end of that conversation. Oh yeah, the regeneration. Hi, Derek, welcome. And it seems that Melanie and Helena's proximity to Blue Sphere had allowed her to pick free last time. Maybe she really does know something critical. Oh, so Sexton started regenerating once Melanie was close? Maybe it's due to their sensitivity to the Boojum cells. Like they reacted to her. A look at Sextons, now asleep in the repair pod, then back at Melanie. Alright, you can stay. I look up at Mei Ling and give her a knowing glance. But as a reminder, the maintenance room is Mei Ling's territory, so everyone, including me, must follow her instructions when we are here. You must follow her every command to the letter if you wish to stay here. Understood? Here. She's like, really? I have that authority? Be a good girl if you want to stay here, little Melanie. I'll be a good girl. Great. Then let us begin. The instant I issued the order, several pieces of equipment hummed to life in unison, filling the maintenance room with their overlapping droning. The dolls, still scattered across the maintenance room moments ago, immediately gather, taking up tight formations to guard the prominently displayed repair pod. Oh, so we do have like other dolls here. They're just here to like get security. Hello chaps, welcome. Oh, Helen's here. Helen, please connect to the Elmo cloud and monitor the data stream coming out of Sexton's neural cloud in real time. Understood. Kukai, please C44 and shielding any potential interference signals in the area. This will ensure the integrity of the data source. Got it. 4-4, come with me. Okay, they're going outside. Monitoring and defenses are all arranged and accounted for. All that's left is... Dandelion! Oh shit, damn, she's here. What the heck is that emote? Hello! Hey Meryl, thank you so much for the bits. That's a crazy emote. Oh, it's Dandelion. Oh my, why'd you suddenly yell when it was my turn to be addressed? A holographically projected figure yawns herself into existence, accompanied by a lazy complaint. You know, Commander, it wouldn't kill you to use the words like please or could it trouble you with something when talking to me every once in a while? I love that smile she has on her face all the time. Go on, do it. For some reason, I can't get the words out of my mouth. Oh yeah, she's getting closer. Commander? Yeah, she's teasing today. I'll do it next time for sure. Mei Ling has already started up the neurocloud data monitoring equipment. We're in a hurry, so let's just start evading past data. Oh dearie. The one time I want to be spoiled by you, I get so coldly ignored. I love Dandelion, she's funny. Despite her half-serious, half-joking complaints, the data stream on the displays shows that Dandelion has already broken through the firewall with Sexton's neurocloud data. Right now, she is using a stable data module with Thin Level 2 as her anchor as she descends. Soon her voice comes through my earpiece. Oh, no. Meryl, Dad, no. Featuring. Who in the world has that sticker anyways? That's insane. As expected of a third-gen doll's frame, looks pretty sturdy. Wouldn't you agree, Melanie? Oh, she knows, huh? She knows exactly what she's trying to look for, I think. Melanie furrows her brow, but she shows no objection. Looks like we won't have to worry about any Blue Sphere 2 issues happening. Indeed, though I have to say that whoever designed the neurocode structure of third-gen dolls is quite the malicious genius. You can tell that just from residual data? Of course I can. I just finished a full scan of her neural space and tidied up her data structure a little. Then she's fast. Oh, she's not smiling anymore. Based on the arrangement of data, you can clearly see that the designer gave these third-gen dolls plenty of room to grow without restraint. They even have no forced base layer personality settings. The kicker is that they have some kind of rule embedded into them that even I am scarcely equipped to fully decode. So they're like, from the foundation, they're very different from second-gen dolls. What I can conclude is that the stronger the third-gen doll's neurocloud grows, the more she becomes bound by that rule. Yet she herself won't realize its influence or interference. Oh. Okay, so it's like an instinct sort of thing. I guess it's like, yeah, like a natural instinct. I guess how you could closely understand what this rule is. Like, they don't even know why they're doing certain things or thinking certain things. It's just how they are. Okay. The analogy I shall pose is a human forced to wear an invisible circle. They feel the pain, but they cannot determine what exactly is digging into the flesh as they persist. All they can do is live on, coexisting with the pain. I originally thought that this implementation was intended to limit their dangerous capabilities or restrict the targets of their hostility. For example, like preventing them from attacking the conglomerate. No, they could do that. But the currently existing third-gen dolls all exhibit very different personalities, so I can't say what this ruler actually does without asking the developer themselves. I wonder who did develop them. It's a good question. It must be this mother character that Thea and Akaya, were talking about. Still, judging by this elaborate, intensive neurocode design that doesn't actually improve performance in any meaningful way, what the developer of this third-gen dolls wanted to create wasn't some novelty. They desire neither a tool nor a super weapon. It can be surmised that they are unlike Prisca, who holds an idealist vision for the future of dolls. So it's like they're given a lot more potential for autonomy, so it sounds like. The developer of third-gen dolls, creepy teacher. Yeah, who's this teacher? What's wrong, Melanie? Have you met someone like that before? Melanie rubs her hands nervously, seemingly hesitating about something. I just heard a little bit of the conversation. When one of those third-gen dolls was brought to the lab, teacher once said that I couldn't make out exactly what she was saying. But that third-gen doll called her Mother. Oh, so the teacher is the woman. Okay. So the one who created all of third-gen dolls, including and the halfway between ones, so Thea and Gaia, is both same person. Father and mother again. So who's father then? Those Paradise freaks usually love playing house, don't they? The words father and mother carry a lot of weight to humans. But dolls have no such concept by default, unless it gets added to the base layer. At most, they might have a special level of respect for their creator, like the AR team. So you're saying, those dolls were designed to be her children. I already said that they have no basic personality settings, Whatever the case, it's likely that the doll herself feels as though she needs a mother. Fun. So they are like children, in the roundabout way. After Dandelion finishes that sentence, in a thoughtful tone, she continues to dive further in order to break through the level 3 base layer restrictions. To level 3? Leaning against the control panel, I find myself dwelling on her words. A chaotic mother, huh? This vision that dolls were designed to fulfill was to assist humans in their work. An exception was thereby set upon their creation, namely that they were to make things more efficient. Thus, their emotions, free will, pain, instinctual fears, and so on, were deemed irrelevant by the world. But the legendary doll designer of our era, Prisca, for example, built upon that foundation, sculpted their own ideals on how dolls should be. Gradually, dolls came to be regarded by humans as equals, at least something resembling them. I once assumed that the designer of third-gen dolls, like her predecessors, simply wanted to create a better, finer, stronger doll. If not, then why would she? Hey yo, all base layer restrictions have been removed. Commander, you ready to receive this torrent of data? We got We're fully in then, huh? I turned my gaze towards Helen. She has already connected her data cable to the Elmo cloud, with the faint blue flicker of light dancing across her visual modules. Let us proceed. The hum within the mentioned room sharpens to an ear-piercing pitch. Even though Sexton's narrow cloud was completely wiped, a considerable amount of visual data remains. As Mailing works busily at her interface, my eyes follow hers, fixed on the data update log that had scrolls in front of our faces. Suddenly, a string of words flashes in onto the screen with blazing red, catching my attention. Dandelions' voice soon follows with sudden entry. Hey, hello, Commander, I came across something pretty interesting over here, sees. Why is she talking like that? Over here, sees. Wanna check, kid, look? What did you find? I found a strange protocol in the base layer of Sexton's neurocloud data. Protocol? Don't all dolls have those? Whether it's the center protocol used by the Griffin dolls or the August protocol used by the Cyphus Fairy dolls. He does have a basic center protocol, but the protocol I'm talking about isn't quite the same. Okay. How's it different? Don't beat around the bush and leave me in a time like this. Don't be so impatient. It's not often that I run into something I can't quite figure out, you know. I'm getting excited myself. Catching the expression on my face, lighting immediately drops her place full demeanor. Oh, alright, let me come up with a fitting analogy. If we say that dolls designed using Hume's theory are a kind of new life form, for example, imagine that Hume's dolls and Persica's second-gen dolls are like animals and plants among eukaryotes, while Sanga's fairy dolls of Lyco's design are akin to prokaryotes. Oh god, I'm already lost. No matter how different they may seem, all possible variants can be classified within the same category, cellular life forms. But the third-gen dolls are like a remotely controlled swarm of nanobots. They congregate, corral into a single being. They can form a replica of said cellular life. But a replica remains a replica no matter how real it seems. Okay. By saying that third-gen dolls aren't simply an upgrade to second-gen dolls, but something else entirely. When Deer disassembled Sexton's and Blue's frames, he didn't seem to find that much of a difference. Huh. Yeah, that's a lot to understand. I don't even understand what she's talking about. He's mostly correct about the frames. About 90% of the parts are commercially available. Some modules are high-end and not publicly sold, at most. You wouldn't have been able to afford them in the past. And, oh dearie, I guess you can't afford them right now either. Dandelion's calling us a broke bitch. Oh, come on, Dandy. Come on. The frame recovery from a Kush of the doll called Thea. Oh yeah, we have her frame, don't we? Visually, she already looks considerably more low-spec than Sexton's and the others. Just seems like a regular elite doll, but it appears the conglomerate was being quite frugal with those who couldn't make the cut for third-gen status. Including those two dolls from Makosh, the defining feature of the third-gen dolls is that protocol. Hey there, you're underestimating us. Our income has gone up quite a bit as of late. Damn, we're making a killing off those tomatoes, huh? That aside, what's so special about this protocol? A third-gen doll's neurocloud connects to those complex, high-performance, redundancy-backed modules through the center protocol. That much is obvious. But that other protocol, under the constraints of the rule I mentioned earlier, translates the neurocloud signals into nerve impulses. Said impulses communicate with an in-frame hub that controls Buchum cells, thus forming a neural network that is more efficient than the human body. Oh, okay. So they found a way to integrate pretty much organics, like seamlessly. Strange power that concern at the very least. What kind of power assure beggars' beliefs? Aside from that, unlike the neural cloud, the hub provides something more like, how should I put it? Instinct. Or reflex. Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. The hub determines a doll's actions and its priorities nearly on par with, or even exceeds that of the neural cloud. Yeah, instinct. So I was on the right track. Alright. On the flip side, it has no capability for reasoning. It can only handle basic actions, so it can't replace the neural cloud. So yeah, it's like the driving force that's like subconscious, basically. However, the information that the third gen doll gains as she grows, along with her internalized thinking, all of it feeds back into that hub through this protocol. So the hub itself will grow alongside the development of the neural cloud. What it eventually becomes is hard to say at this point. I think that this is the next form of evolution that Paradise is after, because they're all about like evolution, right? And all that stuff. Maybe the third gen dolls is their answer to that this whole time, and we just don't realize it. Because up until now, everyone's been assumed that the third gen dolls are just a direct upgrade from the second gen dolls. But that's incorrect. They are a whole separate thing entirely. Calling them third gen dolls is not like, technically it's not proper. In a way, I mean technically it is, because like from hardware standpoint it is, because they are like better hardware, better parts, things like that. But their absolute function is completely different. So that's not really an upgrade. Interesting. It's kind of misleading. It is like technically it is, but technically it's, but then also it's not, you know? So that's how it is. But tell us, Molly, you're hiding something. Did you remember something? Melanie thinks for a moment, but ultimately shakes her head. I haven't managed to recall everything yet, but I think Miss Dandelion is right. Hey, Melanie. Dandelion tilts her head to smile sweetly at me. What do you think, Commander Prue? Commander Prue? Want me to decrypt this protocol and see what's inside? Yes, please. You might just find out what you're looking for in there. Well, hey, you know, whatever happened to that little agent that Dandelion sent? The one that has like her head inside that glass bowl. What was her name? What happened to her? It was way back when Kalina was under house arrests, and UMP 45 and UMP 9 UMP 45 went down to the underground lab, and they met 94 down there. God, what happened to that little girl? Faced with Dandelion's obviously insightful, tempting tone, I think for a moment. There's no way things can be that simple. So what are the risks of decrypting this? Yeah, that's a good question. That I don't know either. After all, this is the first time I've ever had a chance of getting this close to a third gen doll.
Have you ever danced?
But you've always had the wonderful luck, Commander. Things will surely work out in the end, even if we do run into trouble. Flawed Imp, hello, welcome. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. My name's Tiferet. I'm a combat android, currently playing some Girls Frontline 2. I do appreciate you guys coming by. I do like playing shooters, survival games, and horror games. And this is the only gacha game I'm playing right now that has a, visual novel story format. So, if you like Girls Frontline 2 or anything like that, then, stick around. We just started the Moonshroud Requiem event for Sixth Sense, the new doll in the banner. So if you want to, see your story, we're literally still in part 1. But yeah, thank you so much for dropping by. If you guys need to take off and rest and things like that, totally understand, But yeah, I appreciate you guys being here. Miss Trouble, you so lovingly foreshadow isn't going to be something that you bring our way, right? We do love robot girls, yes, exactly. The next step, right? You know what? I'll block girls of the future. Why would I do that? Haven't I been assisting you so diligently ever since I joined you? How could I possibly have any ill intent? That's the thing about Dandelion. I don't think that Dandelion would ever have ill intent towards us, but you can't really... I wouldn't really trust her completely either. Because she in the end, she's always after her own agenda anyways, her own desires and things like that. She's just amused, and that's why she's along for the ride. She's just having a good time. You would trust her over the life? I would come very close to trusting her, but if it came down to herself or anyone else, I think she'll pick herself. Which is understandable. But then she has a lot of copies of herself, right? I don't think she's dumb enough to keep all her eggs in one basket. I stare blankly at Dandelion's eyes. There I see round pupils of perfect clarity and childlike innocence. If I were pissed as a fart, I merely send out a message to the Elmo's voice communicators. Hi, Panda, welcome. Klukai, prepare to step up the electromagnetics signal jet, shielding and concealing Elmo's equipment signals. Groza, please lead Team Groza in setting up a defensive perimeter around Elmo. Don't let any suspicious heat sources slip past. Understood. What about the other squads? Who's on internal security? Who's internal rover? After that, I assign one Zoom squad, Zakura squad, and several other squads to deploy at our weak points. Okay, so this is all hands on deck for this procedure. Dandelion watches me with a mildly offended expression throughout the deployment process. Oh my, Commander, do you really not trust me? Why would you think that? I trust you very much, of course. Springfield, please bring the others still in the crew deck over to help Helen. If it's life or death, I trust her. Anything else, I wouldn't. She wouldn't let the commander die, but that doesn't mean she wouldn't mess with him as much as possible. That's a good point. I'm inclined to agree. I mean, she's so like spread out there that I don't think she really has anything to really worry about. Unless some gets to where all her stuff is at, wherever that is. Right, and Mei Ling, while you're at it, activate the Elmo's Cloud's protective barrier as well. Oof, super, not taking any chances. Oh, Dandelion's probably a little offended, wow, you don't trust my skills? Alright, you may proceed. That look on her face, that subtle change. Yes, ma'am. Oh, she didn't like that. She really didn't like that. Dandelion raises an eyebrow before vanishing once again in a huff. The indicator lights on the equipment flicker. My gaze is fixed on something beyond all those lights. I look at Zek stands inside the repair pod. Her eyes are shut, as though she is held so deep in slumber. Dandelion is a pro rage baiter she is. Back in the Eve, I personally witnessed another third-gen doll, Igla, transformed to something resembling a Brujum. Igla. I can't wait to see her again, but at the same time, I'm actually kind of terrified, because Lentine has her down on lockdown, and Lentine is going to use her very, very, very well. What? Does that mean that Sextons has the potential to become a Brujum as well? I would think so. Now that we've come this far, that question must be answered no matter what. Melanie would probably be the better one to answer that question. Again, some minutes past what I word from Dandelion, it appears as that even, the Lexa Dandelion won't have an easy time decrypting a third-gen doll's neurocloud data. All I can do is wait patiently as the clock ticks by. Oh wow, someone's actually giving Dandelion a hard time, because we have stable connection and stuff. And usually Dandelion will she'll just mess with you and say yeah, it's gonna take me 25 minutes to do this and da-da-da-da, and she'll yap and yap. But by the time she already says that, she already had it done. She just likes to keep people on on the end of the rope, and dangle there before she finally gives them what they need. Melanie's eyes remain fixed on Sexton's mole frame inside the repair pod, as if making sure she was truly hibernating. Good. Melanie, you had something on your mind. Does it have anything to do with what Dandelion said earlier? You know, we're pretty damn lucky to have Melanie here, because even though she's not, like technical inclined with the machines and the tech and things like that, she's like the ESP, right? She can sense, like, the boojum part of Sextons and give, like, a S warning if something were to start happening. It does. Earlier, Miss Dandelion mentioned the boojum hub of 3rd Gen dolls. I'm not sure if I'm right about this. But recently... No, ever since you guys came back from leave, I've been sensing some kind of intermittent pulse. And those pulses felt like what I sensed. Belly shrinks and shudders, seemingly recalling her past experiences. When I was in that laboratory, what I felt back then felt quite similar. Back then, teacher once mentioned that this method is a must for cultivating the Grail. I've heard that term before. In Groza's old report regarding sextants, it was mentioned that 3rd Gen dolls researchers want to address sextants as the Grail. But I don't remember that. That's been so long ago. There wasn't enough evidence to determine whether this codename referred specifically to sextants or all 3rd Gen dolls. I returned to my earlier line of thinking. At first, I had thought that 3rd Gen dolls were created because their parodists needed special combat units powerful enough to replace Nitos, or because the conglomerate wanted to produce a valuable commodity. But it is difficult to mass-produce the kind of boojum technology used by 3rd Gen dolls. Although they may be elite in many senses of the word, they cannot become weapons used to turn the tide of war. Combined with what Dandelion mentioned regarding their neural clouds, I've developed a new hypothesis that the 3rd Gen dolls were made to bring Paradise one step closer to the relics. The incident on the Eve supports this. Paradise still hunkers for the power that the relics hold. Helena and the others were created for that very purpose. But why are they using dolls for it? And why have they been under the command of the conglomerate? They risk getting killed or captured. What reason could they have for making all these moves? That is a weird question, isn't it? Because they want them to grow, I think. I think because they need them to get experience. To true ends, I don't know, because if what Dandelion is saying right, their hub, the so-called rule, and the Dokas will grow and change. And if they're kept away from the field and away from like other people, you know, sure they'll be safe, but they won't grow. So by Paradise like willing to let them, the conglomerate use 3rd Gen dolls, it's pretty much fast tracking them. But to what end, I do not know. And they must be very confident in the 3rd Gen dolls' resilience, I suppose. To not, you know, get all jacked up, but they kind of fucked up at sextants. Commander, this is bad. Uh-oh. Belly suddenly grabs my sleeves and tries to piece these as I try to piece these clues together, looking at me with a panic expression. What's wrong? The neurocloud scan, we need to stop it now. I just thought of a possibility. Anyway, if we keep going, it might get discovered. Oh, are they still being able to, like, remote track? Discovered by whom? Could it be the ones who created you? Before Melanie can answer, Kuka's ancient's voice comes through my earpiece. Too late. Commander 44 just picked up a normal signal. The instruments indicate that the source is in Prague. Prague? The red zone? Oh shit, the red zone? Something from the red zone? Although display log still shows that the decryption is proceeding as per normal, Melanie's warning and Kluka's report filled me with a strange sense of unease. Ooh, there's something's coming out of the red zone. That's not good. Dandelion, can you stop for a moment? It appears that something's happening outside. Dandelion? Uh-oh. Dandelion's locked in. I think Dandelion's too curious to stop now. No response. Helen. Uh-oh. Oh, she shut down too? Mailing, check what's going on. Oh no. I'm checking. Where's freaking Endoris? Mailing's heads fly across the controls at the limits of human speed. She finally gets a response after a minute. Commander, remote controls are responding. I'm going to force becomes Helen's connection to the cob now. As Mailing pulls down the lever, Helen's connection to the cob gets severed with a sharp zip. I quickly rush forward and catch her before she falls to the ground. Held stuck in my arms, Helen slowly opens her eyes. Commander, oh, she crashed. Are you alright? What happened in there? During the decryption, the abnormal neural cloud data Ms. Dandelion mentioned, slave began to multiply chaotically. It's multiplying like a virus right now. If we don't stop it quickly, the data on Elmo, and even everyone's neural cloud backups will be... Oh shit. Ms. Dandelion is currently attempting to counter measures, but I'm afraid she won't be able to hold out for long. Oh dang. If Dandelion is completely absorbed in this, on full defense, like she can't respond, then this is bad. This is real bad. We need to get in and help her. Alright, let's get to work. Alright, let's go. Springfield, Shohei, please get Sakura Squad and Mountain Squad to connect to the cloud and assist Dandelion. Alright, let's get 2 squads. Commander, I can still help. But the normal data is buried in a well-hidden place inside Sexton's base layer. Without me leading the way, getting there could take a very long time. I'm worried it might take too long. Helen is so valuable. She's like super valuable. Urgency in Helen's eyes was unmistakable. All I could do then was nod in response. Alright. Don't push yourself. Don't worry, Commander. I'll bring everyone back safely. Helen smiles as she gives my hand a firm squeeze, then turns and reconnects the transmission cable to her port on her frame. Once Monsignor and Sakura finish their pre-connection preparations, Mailing lights up the display panel before opening the connection interface. Alright everybody, let's do it. 2 squads plus Helen. And then got AK-15. So it acts like a virus. That's fascinating. Oh damn. Did they do it? Helen is the first to open her eyes after a long wait that had me on the edge of my seat. One by one, the other dolls who connected to assist gradually wake up as well. In any case, thank you everyone. It's been quite the struggle. Good night, Varel. Thank you for hanging out today. Thank goodness everyone's alright. And we also managed to save the data. Mailing slumps back in her chair and exhales long and thoroughly in relief. Looks like the issue has been successfully dealt with for now. Ooh, but what about that signal from the red zone? And what about Dandelion? Everything okay? The first time I've seen her frazzled. Look at her hair. Fusies. I thought I was a Connor that time. Fusies. Third geners really are something else, huh? Haven't had this many surprises sprung onto me in so long. He's still unbothered though. They should put up a fight though. Looking at Dandelion, who only just recovered from a disaster's failure, I suddenly find it kind of hard to yell at her the way I did earlier. Back then, I suddenly remembered something she said before the decryption work began. But you've always had wonderful luck, Commander. Things will sure work out even in the end, even if we do run into trouble. made protection look like that, like she was ruffled, emphasized she worked hard. Yeah, she did have to do that. I probably just did that she did that on purpose. Oi, Dandelion. Get a praise it out? That accident just now, you saw it coming, didn't you? Oh, did you let that happen on purpose? Commander, aren't you giving me a bit too much credit? The Proteum hub found deep in her base layer, the sudden EMP, those are all things that happened after it, you know? And don't you forget, this is my first time working on a 3rd gen doll. She's lying. I still have no intention of taking Dandelion's words at face value, but now isn't the time to dwell on it. She's so lying. She's lying. With that in mind, I turned to look at Melanie, who has now neatly folded herself into a corner. Melanie, you mentioned that someone might discover us just now. Who? Just say it, girl. You said you'd say it. Just a moment ago, I felt something really out of the ordinary. It felt exactly the same as when Helena. I think it was some kind of pulse? Is it a big monster coming after us? If I were able to sense Helena then the others, our companions, and teacher too, she would also definitely be able to sense what just happened. Uh-oh, they know that we tried to hack into Sextons. So you're saying that if you were able to receive the pulse from the Leave incident, then they might also be able to use that kind of pulse to capture our location. P.S. Backtracing, basically. Sorry, Commander, I should have thought of this sooner. Honestly, I've been occasionally feeling similar pulses the past few days. It feels like someone's trying to use these pulses to sweep my mind. That must have been someone trying to search for her presence. If only I could have stopped it just now. But the Sextons had already sent out her own pulse. It really is teacher behind all this. She'll definitely find a way to find her. It's all happening because I'm too stupid. Oh, you're okay, kid. Don't worry about it. Oh, don't cry. It's okay. At least you're learning. Melanie's blaming herself for not warning me in time, though I know the gravitas of the situation does warrant such a forlorn response. She is in no way at fault for failing to realize this as a possibility. Yeah, she's just a kid. It's okay, ultimately, what we just discussed is mere speculation. But you've done well enough, Melanie. Just don't need to blame yourself for something out of your control. Just tell me everything you can think of and any predictions you have. I'll handle the rest, okay? Oh shit. Oh, Sexton's waking up. Uh-oh, she wants out. She wants out. Ooh. Oh, okay. Just as Melanie was about to speak, I hear a series of tremendous loud collisions behind me. Oh, here we go. Sextons woke up in the pod at some point and is trying to break free from the straits. Mei-Ling locked down the pod door. On it. It should have been locked down to begin with. Dandelion, check out Sexton's neural cloud. Oh, gee willikers, things aren't looking good at all. Man, why would you say it like that? Okay, I gotta say that. She says oh, she says the darndest things. This Dandelion. Oh, gee willikers. Gosh. Her neural cloud data was already in disarray, but now it's a complete mess. I can't extract anything useful from it at all. Then hurry up and figure something out. Yeah, Shooty knows what to do. Dandelion tries to restore Sexton's neural cloud to normal while the latter hammers at the pod door with the fists, having broken out of her restraints. The whole Mitch's room is shaking by violent tremors. A visible crack appears in the pod's double-layered reinforced fiberglass windows. And with the crack comes a release. Sexton's muffled voice comes through the comms. Go. responding. She sensed it. He's being summoned. I turned the volume at my earpiece, doing my best to make out what she's saying. Must go back. Oh, that's her angry face? Oh, I like her angry face. She's cute. She's like a stubborn angry face. Back to where Mother is. So she knows where Mother is, and we can like follow her. Oh. A flash of electric blue light strikes Sextons in the pod. She collapses limply in an instant. Phew, finally got that taken care of. I did pretty well, didn't I, Commander? Oh, she's really wanting the praise today. You were fast this time, I'll give you that. If you were 2 seconds slower, Sextons would have said what you wanted to say. Ah, thank you for the praise. Damn, Dandelion gives me an exaggerated bow. I wonder if this woman's holding a grudge over how I refused to speak politely to her earlier. Oh, she didn't want us to get information out of Sextons as payback, huh? Murderous death robot? Me? Cute? Yeah, she is cute though. You can be murderous death robots and still be cute. Noticing the awkward look on my face, Dandelion's grinning holographic projection drew us a little closer. Alright, Commander. What I did just now wasn't limited to shocking her unconscious. Okay. Here, check you look at this. A log entry appears in the pod's in-chamber screen. Looking at the orderly arrangement of characters, something suddenly clicks in my mind. These are coordinates. Ooh, we know where Mother's gonna be. That's right. It hasn't been fully decoded yet, but the data using this kind of encryption can only be coordinates. You mean you intercepted these coordinates from Sexton's chaotic neural cloud data stream just now? No, the string of data only appeared for a single instant in time. Well, from my point of view, it appeared in such a conspicuous manner that I couldn't ignore it. What do you even mean? It's nothing. In other words, she took her time. Anyway, let us now have a joyful something. See, she took her time. She's always taking her time. She's like completely unhurried. She's letting chaos happen just so she can get a rise out of us.
Flesh is weak.
Okay, Vile Blood, what's going on? Welcome. Thank you so much for the sub. Hope you're having a good one today. Alright, yeah. Great, that was only part 1? Holy shit. That was long. Great, one can encounter enemies. God, this sounds so fucking good. It's so good. One can only encounter enemies at any time on the way ahead. Best make their preparations. Alright, let's go. Oh, I love that picture. Man, that Naito, she looks so badass. 2 hours later. God, what should have been an easy routine thing is just, man, it's turned to be like walking on eggshells. Phew, what a tedious and unnecessarily convoluted encryption method. If every cipher in the world were this devoid of aesthetics, I think technology would really be doomed. So, what are the results? Shh, man, he plays too much, Dandelion. Dandelion pulls up the map data on the cloud without a word, focusing on a single steadily flashing red dot. That's right, it was there. Oh, it's in the red zone. The signal of the neural pulse we picked up earlier came from that very same direction. Dude, are we really going to the red zone? We can't go to the red zone. You know, the all recent upcoming events are long, eat good, okay. Did we check out the red zone? The coordinates at 404 detected, the signal intercepted from Sexton's zero cloud, and the pulse Melanie sensed. Everything seemed to point in a single location. Could it be that the teacher Melanie spoke of and the mother Sexton's mentioned are also there? No clue who the teacher could be. last time we really saw a lot of the mention of teacher was way back in the earlier game when Melanie was talking to them. When she was, I think that they called Nirvana back then, but when she was in Nirvana, she was talking to the teacher, right? And how, like, the teacher said, like, if you leave, you know, whatever. Was that during, Orphalune's event with Igla? Did that happen then, or did that happen sooner? To it, there's like a weird time thing, dilation too, where Helena somehow met Orphalune when she was a child, and then still, you know, remembered her after Orphalune grew up. It's weird, as they haven't really addressed that yet, how that works. Unless time dilation is like a totally different thing, like inside Nirvana. Yeah, it's like in Nirvana, time doesn't pass. It's like a Norway thing. The Koluba could be like a second here, could be like a decade in there or something, you know? The emergence of this lead to me as if is what a faint, distant glimmer is to a lost traveling ship, luring me toward a certain direction at the most perfect time. I don't even think the Elmo can withstand the red zone, like just being there, it's like super irradiated. Should Melanie and my suppositions prove true, then our adversaries have likely pinpointed the Elmo's location by now. Yep, we gotta move. Hopefully we're not in the doll community, because that would be bad. And Corpusant, Helena was in Nirvana. Yeah, okay, that's the one, yeah, that kind of, I figured that was the one. On the other hand, we sifted through and obtained a number of clues about them. The timing is too convenient. Far too convenient to be a mere coincidence. But calling it a trap doesn't seem quite right. Shall we take the initiative? It's like going to a storm. You don't really know what's out there. Could matter what you intend to do next. Let me think over for a moment. I sit down slowly, trying to organize my thoughts. Whether or not this information we've attained is reliable, matters not. This is our only way forward. Thus, the question remains, does Elmo's current condition and combat strength allow me to launch an immediate investigation? I mean, it doesn't hurt to send a scout, you know, but if things get like even a bit dicey, then come back. Besides that, before I can do anything, I need to ask whether Melanie can recall anything else relevant. Oh boy, never ends, huh? We need to move. Like, why are we sitting here? I mean, when Melanie said, you know what? When Kukai said, hey, we're getting a signal from this place, that's the time we should have started already moving. Alarm suddenly blared through the elbow. Caruso's voice comes through the comms right after. Commander, a fully equipped, well-armed Mercy force is heading our way. The target appears to be Elmo. Oh, great. Is it Magni security again? Those assholes. It controls roughly 4 to 6 standard squads approaching by light assault vehicles. Okay. In addition to standard equipment, they're also carrying anti-tank missiles and machine guns. Damn. Commander, please issue your orders. Groza sounds anxious. I look at the radar and launch close to red heat signatures is closing in on the Elmo at high speed. What? Even if our position really did get compromised, they're getting here way too fast. Groza can confirm the enemy's identity. They don't look much different from the units we've crossed paths with before. Most likely a group of bounty hunters. Oh, these poor guys. Bounty hunters out here in a place like this. Since when did these guys start getting their info so quick? I don't know, it's a good question. Your old intel channels were far faster than theirs, Commander. Well, we'll have to add more rounds of patrol recons to the airborne beacon after this. Groza, you're the closest. Take your team and intercept the first wave. Monsoon and Sakura squads will move to back you up immediately. Sentinel's radar signature. I'm guessing they only have a rough idea of our location and haven't pinpointed the exact coordinates yet. Understood. Melee, start the Elm's engines. We have to get ready to move. Got it. Okay, so maybe... Okay, now that you think about it, maybe moving immediately was probably not a good... Maybe not a good idea. Because that was huge. And for a machine like that to move to the yellow zone, that's gonna kick up a lot of dust. You know, they'll be able to find out where the Elmo's at fairly easy if we even know that, like, coordinates. Commander, do you copy? I copy, go ahead. We've defeated the first wave of enemies. Forces that remain are currently retreating. However, the retreat seems to be a planned one, orderly and purposeful, which is why we think they might have reinforcements waiting to join up with them, just a short distance away. Yep, don't pursue that. I see. Helen, use the coordinates of the firefight as radius to try and intercept the enemy's comm signals. Find out what they're up to. Adversaries this well equipped wouldn't cut any corners with regards to their cybersecurity. They'll be communicating on encrypted frequencies. I've just detected a military relay beacon in their possession. They've made a decrypted communication, but can still try to monitor the amount of information sent through them. Military? Well, that's not good. If the reinforcements do exist, those squads must be connecting to the command unit's base station one after another right now. Alright, please do so. Okay, now we have to move. Helen springs into action immediately upon receiving my approval. I mean, the fact that Groza was able to... They already had contact, right? So that means they know that they're close. Her modding might soon produce the results. As expected, all the comms frequencies being used in this area have at least 2 layers of encryption. It'll take some time to decrypt them. That aside, the relay beacon I detected just now is carrying several times more traffic than it was during the prior battle. It also has over 20 new network nodes added. Dang, everyone's jumping in on this. A preliminary estimate puts our opponent's reinforcements at around 10 units. Wow, that's a lot of folks. Yeah, there's gonna be more too. Did they up my bounty or something? A wave of silence washes over the area. The dolls around me all turn to stare at me. Just joking. Girls out, the enemy's reinforcements are too many. Pull back right now and let Monsoon Sakura assist you in that. Don't get drawn into a prolonged fight, no matter what. Understood. Springfield, Shoki. Commander, we won't make it in time. Uh-oh. Counterattack already? The enemy has already regrouped into a new formation. They're quickly closing in on Team Rosa. Damn, that was fast. We had eyes on it as well. Please give us your orders, Commander. Just gotta fight. Hold them off for a while, Commander. There's enough time for the Elmo to retreat to a safe distance from here. Don't play Euro again. I won't allow it. If we do so, you'll be cut off from supplies and any reinforcements. These enemies don't look easy to deal with. We need a more comprehensive plan. Okay, well, what about the other squads? But if you don't relocate now, you and everyone in Elmo, you'll be at risk of attack. The Elmo's combat echelons have grown to be reliable enough. Just come on, girls, you don't have faith in all the dolls here? Although I have to carefully weigh the situation Rosa has reported, leaving them behind is by no means something I can accept. So then I decide, let us partake in a rudimentary demonstration of firepower. Never leave best wife. Yeah, you can't leave the true wife. Did we save the Nitos yet? Oh, no, not yet. Not that I know of. It's too bad we gotta let that Niter, we couldn't keep that Niter. That would've been really cool. Shut up, girls, though. The Nitos are the utmost priority in both finding William and Paris's operations through region. We can't leave her alone. That's true wife. Well, since Quad approached Team Groza head on from northwest, tuning a feint to draw the enemy's attention. Soon squad acknowledges. Sakura squad approached the enemy's flank from the southwest. Identify weak points formed when the two enemies' groups converged, and strike those points with maximum firepower. Helen will assist you in rapid location targeting. Alright, we copy. As for the Elmo, we'll stay on the outer rim of the battlefield for now and observe. We won't engage in combat unless it's necessary. We don't have much time left to react. Let's begin. 3 squads outside respond to the enemy's offensive at top speed. Reports come in over the comms one after another. Although the enemy's firepower is immense, the dolls respond to it well under my command, quickly pulling away from the pursuers. Commander, the strike worked on our end. There's some minor disorder among the enemy's rear support. Now is the perfect moment to retreat. Watson, squad, what's your status? Team Rosella has essentially broken free and is prepared to retreat. However, to avoid exposing the Elmo's position, we'll be retreating in via roundabout route. It will take longer than predicted, but at least Elmo's safety will be assured. Benson, good work here. I'll dispatch teams to meet you all immediately. I look around at the doll standing by the outboard Elmo. Yay, Cheyenne! Yay! I'm so glad we get to see her so soon. Cheyenne, can you put her on top of the Elmo? I'm here, Commander. I'm hereby appointing you as temporary captain of the Elmo Rapid Response Squad. Oh, the doll has thought of herself as being unremarkable is finally giving leadership position. She knows she earned it though, with how she was able to perform. You know, like against Dia and Gaia, and do all that stuff solo. She deserves it. Me, even though she's kind of technically she's like a newcomer to the team, you know, in a matter of speaking. That's right. I'm going to consolidate their remaining combat strength on the Elmo into a tactical extraction team. The job will be to escort Groza, Monsoon, and Sakura squads back to the Elmo safely. Yeah, she's more impressive than she thinks she is. Yeah, she just needs confidence, because she's really good. I mean, spec-wise, she's not that great, but, you know, tactical speaking, she's amazing. I'd like you to lead and command them for the time being. But I only just joined the Elmo. I'm not really. I humbly disagree. From what I've observed of you recently, you've plenty of combat experience and solid team coordination. Places you as the most fitting choice of commanding a temporary task force such as this. Avoid direct conflict. Your top priority is everyone's safety. Alright, there we go. She got that look. Understand. Thank you for trusting me, Commander. I'll be focusing on controlling the Elmo, so for now, I'm placing you as second in command for this whole operation. Should something unforeseen happen during the return trip, you may command the others at your discretion. Ooh, this is such a big responsibility. Orca doll, yeah, basically this is Orca. In short, I'll leave on-the-ground situational judgments up to you. That's it. This is a lot of trust. This is a lot of trust. Yes, ma'am. I will absolutely live up to your trust. Alright, go get him, Orca. Tactics settled. Cheyenne departs with Basti, Claus, Sabrina, and Lewis. Basti is pretty good, not gonna lie. You want Basti on your side. You definitely do. After that, Malin keeps Elmo at a safe distance from the combat area, just out of range of the enemy's radar. She literally just got here and has told the fort, yeah, but she can do it. Really, once you see everyone breaks free from the enemy, you can move Elmo a little closer. But if we do that, we'll expose Elmo's position. It's fine. But we're not far from the red zone. Once he picked up Gross and others, we can just move the Elmo near the red zone and lay low for a while. Ooh, if we go to the border of the red zone, all the nasties are there. The people chasing us are true bounty hunters. The bounty they'd earned from my head wouldn't be enough to split amongst them, considering the sheer size of through your all-human force. If they follow us into the red zone, what we'd get individually wouldn't be able to cover the cost of treating radiation sickness. It's a risky reward. Frankly speaking, it wouldn't be worth it for them. Then again, if they aren't simply bounty hunters, that's another situation entirely. Outside the Elmo, the sounds of combat screeching ever louder and louder. I monitor the status of every doll, Nurse Tan, ready to react the moment we run into any sudden situation. Commander, we have a bit of a situation here. Okay, there's the situation. Something's not right with Nemesis. Oh no. We're working with the other 3 members of Team Rosa to bring her back. Oh no. Ooh, is Nemesis past starting to catch up with her? Because he's technically she's Paradis. I mean, at least she's part of Paradis. What? Nemesis? Did you get hurt? No. Team Rosa was just about to pull out of combat when Nemesis' frame started going out of control. She can't take part in combat at all. I'm taking over her duties now to provide covered fire for Team Rosa. Commander, I may not be able to hold out for very long, but I'll do everything I can to complete the task you've given me. You've done well. It must be insane out there. Cheyenne, I'm leaving the command of the Frontline to you for now. Having given Cheyenne her instructions, I turn to Mei Ling. Mei Ling, how far are we from Team Rosa? Position on the radar shows that we're about 500 meters away. Okay, it's not too bad. That's actually, in the grand scheme of things, for a battle, that's not too far. We're close enough. If we drop our cloak from this distance, then it should spot us in no time. Yeah, they would. Wait, Commander, do you mean? Cheyenne and the others have already finished constructing the landing zone. Securing the dolls' retreat route. Now all we need to do is divert the enemy's attention to give them a chance to break away. Okay, so we're gonna expose the Elmo on purpose. Plan to have the Elmo take on that role. But that puts Elmo at risk of getting attacked again. After all the trouble we went through too. Rest assured, all repairs will be funded and approved. No holds barred. You mean more overtime for Mei Ling? Alright, if you say so. Mei Ling taps the controls a few times, dropping Elmo's electronic radar camouflage. The instant the Elmo drops his coat, the heavier weapons that the enemy have been holding back waste no time in joining the party. Oh, there's the missiles and stuff. The enemy's firepower is way stronger than I imagined. Commander, can the Elmo really hold out? Then we're just tanking it? Whatever the case, start by activating the force field and defense systems. Damn, we're just tanking it. Shells explode one after another around the Elmo. Thanks to the recently installed anti-air defense system, the Elmo only suffers shrapnel grazes amidst bombardment. Yet so, can't be sure if we'll be able to drive the Elmo into the red zone smoothly after picking up the squads outside. Whatever happens, getting the dolls I sent out back into the Elmo is my top priority at this moment. Commander, grab the handrail. Whoosh. The sound of an incoming shell draws closer. After the violent shudder, the shell tears a wound to the Elmo's force field. Oh, damn. Falls yet another round of earth, ear-shattering screeches, signifying steel cutting through the air. Oh, damn, they're getting hit then. Shield's failing. Devil's appearance was way too effective. No, everyone should have a chance to retreat. As if to confirm what I've been saying, the Elmo's comms light up one after another with replies from the squads. Commander, the Elmo's drawn away from nearly all enemy reinforcements, with managed to cut their engagement with Team Rosa. Still, are you able to hold out over there? Don't worry, they can't do much damage to the Elmo right now. Dang. Well, since Quad has also adjusted our tactics, we're carrying out pinpoint strikes against enemy's harassment units. Alright, you're all doing great. So Yan, what's your status? Any chance to pull back? We just successfully linked up with Team Rosa. Right now we are moving towards a landing zone at top speed. ETA 5 minutes to boarding. Commander, thank you. Don't thank the commander yet, yes. You guys aren't out of this her back safe. Choki, Springfield. Have monster squad and secure prepare to retreat. 7 minutes later, I see all 4 squads on the radar successfully board the drones, approaching the Elmo's position from the air. We have more drones now, that's great. We only had 1. That thing was destroyed at one point. Melee, locate the closest red zone coordinates. We have to retreat as well. Great, I've shared the coordinates to your terminals. Once the coordinates pop up, the system automatically calculates the optimal pickup and retreat route. The closest red zone is roughly 50 kilometers away. With Elmo's speed in mind, we should be able to shake up the sewers within an hour if things go smoothly. Commander, everyone outside has managed to disengage. Well done. Melee, begin the retreat along the route I just laid out. Got it. Hit 1, stay sharp. I'm turning off the Elmo's defense mode. Once we confirm that everyone has been brought aboard, Melee drops the force shield and affect engine's restrictions. The Elmo begins running at full speed. I wonder what it looks like to see a single link at full speed. Without the protection of the defense mode, the attacks on the Elmo immediately take a turn for the worse. Treading the waist at full speed, the Elmo weaves through the shells, falling like a rain. Thanks to Melin's exceptional driving, we managed to avoid being overwhelmed by the barrage. She's had plenty of experience driving under pressure like this, I'm sure. But the Elmo can't return fire while moving at full speed. I quickly feel the enemy's attacks becoming more intense. Commander, the enemy's weapons seem much more powerful than what we've faced before. We can't dodge them all. Brace for impact. Apartment-sized building go to 100 kilometers per hour, I know, right? Hopefully that doesn't hit the engines. Millie barely manages to swerve away from one shell, but another slams squarely into the side armor. Bailey and I are thrown sideways up by the shock. What fierce firepower. Damn, I don't know what with their firing. Millie. Oh, I'm okay, but this keeps up our escape route will be cut off. As if to confirm Millie's statement, I hear several more shells streaking past the Elmo's roof. And, oh, it's trying to collapse the route? Was it a dodge? No, they tried to cut off the route. The expected shutdown never comes. We need to check if we got hit, or should have been hit. Just as I worried, the enemy might be using something worse than ordinary shells. Familiar, reassuring voice comes to the earpiece. It's 94! To the begin time, Commander. Oh, they're interrupting them. They're targeting. Oh shit, it's Defy. I look up after hearing the sound of rotors over the comms. I notice what appears to be a small figure on a circling helicopter, waving in the Elmo's direction. Hell yeah! Alva and Boy Mustia have been away from the Elmo for long stretches ever since the Leov incident. They do it to honor their agreement with StateSec, operating across the URNC to carry out various missions. To be honest, I wasn't expecting them to be back this soon. Judging by the timing, they might have been handling a mission nearby. It came at just the right moment. Alright, get 15 insiders, Sin Slayer. Get her in there just like a win. Galactic hearing. Don't worry, Commander. Boy Mystic on the ground, laying down fire on the enemy. Once they've been pushed back, we'll help everyone retreat to the Elmo. Holy shit. 15 is soloing everyone? He's soloing everybody. And 94's like, yeah, she'll push them back. Don't worry, she'll push them back. I'm sending the rendezvous coordinates to the Elmo's receiver now. We've already scouted this area in advance. It's the safest place in the vicinity. Skip button arrives. I'd be terrified, you see. If you see 15 on the battlefield, oh my god, and you might as well run or try to run. Try to run and hope you have a chance. Goaded. Hard to explain over comms, that's talking detail won't be me. We also brought a sex specialist with us this time. She'll help us get Elmo out of danger. Ooh, is this the one in the previous event? 94 was requesting that AK-12 rejoin the team for a mission, and they denied her the request, but they said they'll send someone else to replace her for the time being. I wonder what it's gonna be. Oh, we get to see who it is. Understood. Thank you for the assist. God, this song's good too. Mailing, once you pull out of the gadget zone, deploy the helipad so Alpha and others can land. Got it. I wonder who it's gonna be. Who's gonna be the one to join Defy? If on its even from a temporary basis. Hey Glitch, welcome. Oh, please show me who it is. The specialist, they said. Oh my god, that's a lot going on. It's part 3. New friend. The joining of a reliable friend puts her wood at ease. Okay, alright. Someone with enough R to comfort everybody? So pretty. Commander, long time no see. Defy has returned. Boy Miss Tina is currently intercepting those bounty hunters on the perimeter. Once that's wrapped up, she'll come back with others. Wait, just her alone? Even with Elmo's support, it's single doll. She's just keeping them at bay. Sinbreaker should be able to handle most situations encountered. Yeah, right. While we were back at StateSec, we requested the use of some special automated equipment, which can help make up for our shortage in personnel. Combining our strength with M200 and the others. Alright, I should call her Cheyenne now. Her squad is also helping Boy Messina, so it's only a matter of time before we shake off those bounty hunters. Okay, so Cheyenne's helping. That's good though, she can help coordinate, tactics. It's a workable combat plan. Thank you for your help. Oh, this is... Eve! Fucking finally! Alpha steps aside, revealing an unfamiliar doll behind her. It's a freaking cat. We haven't seen her face since the very freaking beginning of the game. Caroline is gonna throw a shit fit when she sees her. This must be the state sex specialist, as she mentioned earlier, who will be working with us. Calicos has history with this one. So, this is the commander, huh? Nice to meet you. Makes sense to give Elva a cat, I know, right? The unfamiliar doll gives me a mysterious wink. For some reason, I feel as though I've seen her somewhere before. Yeah, it's the very, very beginning of the game. She helped us escape, giving us clues on how to get what was that place called? That one city, and then Carol got really pissed off. Do you know me from somewhere? Well, sort of. Alva and Boy Miss Tina have shown me your file, if that counts as knowing you. Since I'm the one who knows the commander's name, it seems a little unfair, doesn't it? It might be better if I formally introduce myself, perhaps. The unfamiliar doll extends her hand toward me with an indecipherable smile on her face. I am a doll from the Special Operations Task Force under StateSec from the New Soviet Union District. Prenitia.
Have you ever danced through the devil in the pale moonlight?
StateSec. Prenitia. Wait, isn't that name? Oh shoot, Commander remembers. Zeris, what's up? Thank you for the raid. Welcome. My name's Tiferet. Welcome, raiders. I'm Command Android, currently playing some Girls Frontline 2. If you guys want to hang out and chill out, feel free to hang out. We're playing the Moonshroud Requiem event. We're only part 3 into it. Already they kicked it off with a lot of action, which is really cool. So they're not wasting any time. I wonder how more intense it's gonna get. I realize that Prigia might be the StateSec doll with some connection to Garosa. Oh, hello, Orochi Tappers, welcome! But now isn't the time for that topic. Besides, I still don't know her exact identity. Let's hear what Alva and the others have to say first. What are you guys playing? My mission this time? Let me see. To temporarily serve as Alva and Womistina's partner, I think. That's right. Petia has served state-sec for a long time, having participated in numerous extreme-risk covert operations. She has proven to be an experienced and highly reliable companion. Helldivers, oh, I love Helldivers. Man, I'm gonna be playing that more. I'm gonna try playing that more this week. Yeah, how are you dealing with, like, the new units? Element units. I studied Petia carefully. If she's a state-sec doll, carries out covert operations, I should be sure that I've seen her before. So where does this sense of familiarity come from? Oh my, it looks like the Umul has gained yet another reliable companion. Last I played this was when Lena and Leva, when they came out, yeah, so it's been like a good couple banners since then. A lot's happened in the story. Petia gaze shifts to the holographic projection behind me. Dandelion sizes Petia up, her expression carrying a meaningful undertone. It is truly an honor to meet you at such a critical moment. Oh, Dandelion knows her. This must be Miss Dandelion. Oh, they recognize each other, huh? I hit the mark, right? You've even heard of me by name. State-sec dolls really are remarkably resourceful. Dandelion knows exactly who she is. The ability to gather intel is a necessary skill for a state-sec doll, after all. You're a senior consultant hired by the URNC government, and the creator of the URNC's subsystems, super AIs, Helly and Impy. Ivy? Oh, Telly, that's her name. Surely you must be aware of this, right? Oh, now that you've had to fight the pyramid heads, it's been okay. So hit their wedges, though. Don't worry, nothing like something like the stalwart could handle, you know? Well, I wonder what happened to Helly. So even my information can be found through state-sec intel network, huh? Looks like I really do need to mind my words in the future. Relax, information about you has not been disseminated en masse. I just happened to obtain some accounts of your exploits, through certain special channels of information. That's surprising, but that's how it is. Oh, my cat's here. Hi, Fauna. Hello. What are you sniffing around for? Yes, baby. Okay. Special channels, huh? Now I really am curious. Just how special are these channels? Uh-oh. You got Dandelion's attention now. Are you engaging in humor with me? I'm not very good at that sort of thing. But since you are who you are, you must have foreseen long ago that we would meet here, right? I did smell a familiar presence drawing near. I just didn't expect that we would meet in this manner. What are they doing, these two? What game are they playing with each other here? Mere fragments alone, yet they exude such a powerful pull. So this is how fate gets woven together. She is hiding something again. Dandelion's hiding something again. I am completely lost listening to Petia and Dandelion go back and forth. So there's more to her than what it seems. What sort of cryptic camaraderie are you two partaking in? Unexpectedly, the two of them turned to look at me simultaneously, as if on cue. Oh, that's cute. Uh-oh, hold on. Fauna, just get away from there, 1 second. found out her paws were near the power button, and I didn't want her to end the stream. She's trying to be sneaky with it too. I looked over and then I saw her paw reaching, and then she stopped and looked at me, and let's go. Yeah. She's trying to be real sneaky with it. You bad cat. Well, I love you though. I love you though. Nothing? Oh, they said it together. Wait a second, did Dandelion... Is she really like a separate entity or something? Dandelion's very familiar with her. Well then, Belva, did StateSec assign you a new mission? Correct. I haven't had the chance to disclose our objective to you yet. It's okay if you can't tell me. I trust you. To us, you are already an inseparable part of the team, Commander. Of course you should know. We've been searching for clues related to the Leave incident based on follow-up observations. Although Gerard and Shielovek's plan to activate the relics has stopped, Biologistics personnel detected an abnormal electromagnetic pulse during the incident, indicating that something really did happen. And when the reality warp happened, and then everyone forgot about, Orphalini, my memory of Liev remains different from everyone else's. Alpha doesn't notice my silence, she continues. So over the past few months, away from Elmo, we've been searching the L zone based on those data signatures. Tried similar signals several times using the Lysenum to locate Paradise bases. Paradise bases continuously emitting signal pulses resembling relic activation experiments. They are. We destroyed several small Paradise bases deep in the L zone based on these clues. Still hunting, huh? Every last one of them was conducting Bujin production without exception. Combined with those records left by our fallen seats comrades, we can confirm that Paradise is mass-producing Bujums in a deliberate manner, and they are gathering them to achieve some specific purpose. So they aren't making Bujums just to expand their forces. Have you found anything else? Unfortunately, all we have is some recorded footage. None of the investigators survived. These incidents have caused quite a stir within the URNC. Large-scale operations may begin soon. Ms. Neal and Mr. Kevin encouraged us to pursue our investigation through other channels for now. I remember now, you mentioned earlier that they helped retrofit Voimistina's armor. I find myself caught in a brief moment of nostalgia upon hearing the names of those two individuals. Mr. K, huh? Been 10 years. I wonder how they look now. So do I. I wonder what they look like now, too. Indeed, we began to contact them more frequently after the Leave incident. They both believe that these fluctuations are an unusual prelude to something, but as the URNC stands now, these matters cannot be made public under the name of Paradise's crimes, nor can an investigation be opened on those grounds. So you guys traced all those clues all the way here? We did. About 12 hours ago, we detected an abnormal electromagnetic pulse from nearby red zone. So well, Defy has eyes everywhere. After analysis, we've found that it shared a similar signature as the previous pulses. That pulse is the strongest that's been recorded ever since the Leave incident. What are you doing, Fauna? Just giving my leg some kisses. What are you doing? Baby, want some attention? Why are you giving me kisses all of a sudden, baby? She likes to give kisses. I've never had a cat that liked to give so many kisses, but she likes to give kisses. There you go. Your tongue is so rough. Ow. Okay, she grabbed my arm. After that, I can't move for a little bit. Alright, get out of your system. Go ahead, get out. Come here. Come here, this way. This way. Come here. Oh Because of that, we applied to State Sec for Emergency Response Authority. Since this mission required entering the red zone and demanded careful action, the higher-ups dispatched Pratia to assist us, in hopes that we could start investigating the source of the pulse ASAP. We were on our way to the source when we spotted the battle you guys were engaged in. What fortuitous coincidence. Now that you've mentioned it, we did just detect something similar. You picked up on it too, Commander. I give Alva a brief account of what happened earlier. Oh. Excuse me, bless me. Abnormal coordinates retrieved from a third Gentle's neurocloud. So, Commander, you're investigating the third Gentle you have on your vehicle. Thank you. Oh, Fauna's back. What do you want, baby? Why are you so needy right now? Come on, this way. Come here. I just want to find leads on Paradise. The two of you experienced the incident Aliyah with me. You understand the connection between third gen dolls and Paradise. I do, but Avid pauses to think for a moment. When she speaks again, there's hesitation in her voice. Commander, you should know, although Voimisty and I have left State Sec, we still collaborate with them due to a great number of unsettled contractual terms. So we have... Oh, shit. So we have... Hold on. My tracking got untouched. My tracking... Oh no. What did you do, Cat? Oh, there we go. I don't know what she did. She did something and it interrupted like everything. God damn it. I hope she didn't learn a new skill to mess with me. Oh my gosh. Alright. Okay. Where were we? Although its incompleteness might trouble you, still feel that I should disclose some intel to you. The opinions on you are not unanimous within Statesec, Commander. Is that so? What are they saying? Only in turbulent times would women like her would be deemed a hero. In times of peace, such women would be placed under the category of destabilizing factors. Okay. So there's some veiled respect among some of the people at Statesec. That was how that gentleman answered me when I asked. Oh, what the fuck is his name? The current leader of Statesec? God, I forgot his name. They mentioned him earlier, well before. Even now, Voimistina, Lorelei, and I have successfully provided proof of your innocence. It remains a fact that your influence on the world is growing. That's what the commander wants. In a short span of time since the Leave incident, not only did you help overthrow such Infobit's factories in the Yellow Zone, you also signed a collaboration with the up-and-coming Connection Corporation. These developments cannot be concealed, and more people will turn their attention to you inevitably. For with just that, Statesec would be glad to see your influence in the Ozone grow stronger. But when your influence becomes entangled with matters concerning the relics, the dissenting voices grow louder. Because that's a conflict of interest. Other than Helena, the fact that there's a third gen doll in the Alamo, it's difficult for you and your supporters to keep providing that you are innocent. Statesec may turn a blind eye to certain things internally, but this particular issue is a rather critical one. If our adversaries find a need that they could use this as a pretext to apply for far greater pressure. So you're suggesting I let the government take them back, allowing them to keep helping Paradis. Commander, you should know that we would never suggest such. Defy, Kalina, and former Griffin dolls who file alongside you. It's no brainer that we trust you. However, within the URNC, such individuals are lacking in number. Which is why that gentleman wishes to better understand your current intentions. As a fugitive wanted by the URNC, I assume my intentions are no longer mattered. No, they do matter. Not just to that gentleman, it matters to me, and to Defy as well. Commander, Angie left us. Oh, and it was not because he did anything wrong. There aren't many people like you left in this world, Commander. We can't afford to lose any more. Aww, that look on her face, so worried. Alba, I understand your concerns, but third-gen dolls are the strongest lead I have. I know this is risky in every sense, but if I let such obstacles make me hesitate, things like the Leave incident will happen again and again. Whether it's destroying Paradis' labs, investigating third-gen dolls, or the debacle I caused in Mukosh, I realize that so long as I do something, there's a possibility that I can improve the lives of those I hold dear, even if it's only by a little. That's why I want to keep moving forward on this path, whether I'm labeled a hero or a criminal. These things I've wanted to do for a long time. Thanks to that warrant from the URNC, my reservations have been completely cleared away. We've already reached a worst-case scenario, so why not just go all out? And as for Angie, whom you mentioned earlier, you could say that the things she once did pushed me to make a better decision. Well, Angie did once fall into the dark, but before she left us, what was reflected in your eyes was the dawn. Ah, that's sweet. want to save that. Hi, Miss Angie. He was great. When was that touched her? Her eyes. Perhaps I just stubbornly want to bring about the world that she and so many others like her envisioned. And now I feel that I can do far more compared to what I was a decade back. Strange, isn't it? The forces I can call upon now don't even amount to a tenth of what I had before, yet still. Commander, to be frank, your words make me happy, but they also worry me a little. Even so, I'm convinced once again that Defy's choice to follow you was the right one. I love her smile. She's so pretty. I'm glad you put her hair up. She looks a lot more beautiful with the hair up. Thank you. With that in mind, Alpha taps her earpiece. The indicator on her comms module goes dark. She leans in close and speaks to him in a whisper just beside my ear. Commander, what I'm about to say is just a personal reminder from me. If you intend to investigate Army contact with third-gen dolls and the developer behind them in any way, please make sure Void Mustine and I are present as your escort. Why? DSEC hasn't reached a conclusion yet, but our available intel is enough for us to derive an obvious one. That our opponent is unlike any enemy we've faced so far, and the extent of the danger is incalculable. Alva turns her comms module back on, picks up a tablet, and projects a set of coordinates onto the terminal in front of me. I think Shruti knows what we're up to. Fine, now what are you doing under there? My cat is being so weird today. Since both the leads among us point to the same Justice region, something likely did happen there. Tia, can you help me adjust the map to the region that the pulse originated from? Of course I can. I thought you and the commander were going to whisper in private for longer. We're on duty now. Those were just routine work-related discussions. She's been watching. Yes, sure, I understand. Priyatia smiles and projects a map into the air showing the coordinates. Did she think that she was trying to flirt with me? Right here. Inside the red zone, 34 kilometers west of Prague's center. Then our objective is clear. Commander, we should now... Alva is about to say something, but she's cut off by sudden commotion. Right after the door to the Elmo's office room opens, Karlik walks in as she argues with the dolls beside her about something. Uh-oh. Yeah, we need to check on Nemesis right now, please. And also, alright, Karlik's here, so we're about to see what's gonna happen. At the moment she lifts her head, she stops dead in her tracks, as though she just saw a ghost. Because I think that once upon a time, Priyatia and Karlik were like best friends. And if I remember right, I think Karlik feels like she was abandoned or something. She's pissed off. You, why are you here? Surprise! I look towards Karlik and realize that the you she's referring to is none other than Priyatia, who has only just arrived on the Elmo today for the first time. Oh, fun. I wanted everyone to have a nice sit-down conversation after everything serious was settled, but from the look on Karlik's face, this is probably not the right moment for that. Oh, the music is kind of somber. Karlik, this is Priyatia. Is this the Priyatia you've been searching for all this time? I know. Are we getting more Karlik backstory? Because we really don't know much about her, other than she was a gladiator doll that served on that ship for at one point in time. Of course. I was just not having an outburst, then this must be serious. If it weren't for her, I... Forget it. I'm just glad that you're safe. Oh, she has so many things I wanted to tell you. Oh, she's relieved. Oh, she's relieved. Delmo is a wonderful place. From now on, why don't you... Oh, she's trying to get Vince already? Hey, Pretia. Sensing the confusion in Pretia's eyes, Caroline tentatively calls out to the other doll by name. Have you met me before? Oh no. Oh no. Was she white? Ah, no, this sucks. That seems to be the case. Oh no, Caroline. Oh. Mother. Dang. Through the long silence, Caroline's expression shifts from confusion to displeasure, until finally boils over into fury that makes her charge forward. Yeah. Oh no. I hope she's playing right now. And if she's playing, she better have a damn good reason why she's doing this. There's a limit to how far I can take a joke. Yeah. I thought you got hauled off to be scrapped by those doll arenas bastards back then. Do you have any idea how worried I was? She's tall too. I think Pretia is like one of the taller dolls too. One of the tallest ones. I was originally planning to thank you properly when I saw you again. I think she helped Caroline escape. But what kind of attitude is this? We were... Hey! You're taking my rep by reacting like this. Caroline grabs Pritchett by the collar. Their eyes lock as though she were trying to dig up memories of herself buried deep within Pritchett's narrow cloud. Standoff drags on until a tall figure appears, places a hand on each of their shoulders, and pulls the two of them apart with ease. Okay. 15 stepping in. That's actually kind of surprising. Alright. Why would she step in? I thought she'd be like the kind of doll that would just stand by just watch, you know? Okay, they gotta reveal something about Pretia? Please do not interfere with states like personnel on duty. Such a very 15 thing to say. Huh? There it is. That's what I was looking for. I'm sorry, Miss Caroline. I didn't have a chance to explain just now. Pretia suffered damage to her neurocloud in a previous mission. She can no longer remember many things. Oh no. At least it was work-related, I suppose? Still. So, she's not pretending that she doesn't know you. Mission? Neurocloud damage? So you're saying she's with you guys? The doll arena mission you mentioned was likely one of the incidents that damaged her neurocloud. How? After his states like recovered Pretia, they assigned her to only handle and support in field missions. Pretia doesn't seem to show any additional emotion in response to Caroline's big outburst. She simply smiles politely. Oh, that must be so heartbreaking. A state sec doll? So when did you... when you did all that in the arena, it was for a mission? If it was a mission, shouldn't you have looked out for yourself first? Alright, if her neurocloud is damaged, I can't even ask about that. Tenement, why? Nemesis is the same too. They all make it so hard for me to stress easy. Speaking of Nemesis... You said hot dogs for dinner? Awesome. They're amazing. Caroline says says nothing more. As if struck by some kind of serious blow, she does something unlike herself. She walks to the corner of the room and sits down quietly. Aw, this sucks. She has so many things she wanted to tell her, you know? And now she'll never be able to. I mean, she could, but it won't matter, because it would have no meaning to the receiving party. Voimistina steps forward and hands me a document. Back to business. Commander, I've brought back the doll called Nemesis as you requested. She brought her back. She appears to have returned to normal and is currently undergoing a neurocult scan in the repair pod. And so what exactly is going on? Why did Nemesis suddenly malfunction? It has something to do with the pulse, I think. Groza, can you describe in detail what happened during the operation? Things were pretty chaotic back then. It started while we were in combat with the enemy. Nemesis ignored several of my orders in succession and didn't respond to me calling her. She shut down almost, huh? I assumed Nemesis had been pinned down by enemy fire and sent Carol to break her free. However, once Carol got close, she realized that Nemesis seemed different from her usual state. It looked like someone was interfering with her neurocloud. Probably was. Neurocloud interference again. Sexton said the same thing earlier. Well, it'd be cool if it turned out that Nemesis was also a third-gen doll. I recall how back when you accidentally stumbled into Paradis' religious ceremony, Nemesis had reacted strangely to the proceedings. Yeah, and you were asking her about freaking Paradis, and she was about to answer, then shit happened, and he never went back to that. Nemesis and Sexton's malfunctioning one after another, were they both affected because of that pulse, was caused by Paradis. I went to check on Nemesis. Commander, it'll be alright. There's a lot happening with all these dolls so far. It's only beginning. Got Sexton's problems, we got Karolik's problems, you got Defy's problems, and now you have Nemesis problems. That's 4 things. If you're really worried about it, just stay by my side, okay? Understood. Koza follows behind me as he passes through the corridor and into the maintenance room. Nemesis appears to have regained consciousness. She is undergoing a scan under Meiling's guidance. Meiling, how is she? Doesn't seem like there's anything unusual going on. Miss Helen helped me too, but still, I don't think we found the cause of the malfunction. Still concerning that there is malfunction. Oh, beautiful. So beautiful. Nemesis, how are you feeling? Gosh, she's so freaking pretty. Oh my goodness. Oh. Yeah, she's the prettiest doll. For me, and Girl's friend too, or Frontline too, she's the prettiest twin. Right, I forgot to call Karolik over. Thinking about back on Karolik's state right now, maybe it's better to leave her alone. Vepli is alternative. Where's Vepli? Surely I should be able to understand Nemesis a little, after watching Karolik translate for so long. I still myself and try to speaking with Nemesis directly. Nemesis, did you sense something while fighting the enemy earlier? Flowers swaying in the breeze, gathering, parting. Both are as haze. Alright, so what do you think she said? Both are as haze. I mean, that's kinda easy to decipher, right? That means you can't really remember. Flowers swaying in the breeze, gathering, parting. Flower swaying in the breeze. I wonder if there's actually a way to translate what she's saying. If anyone made a bot that can translate Nemesis. But I don't know what that means. In other words, she doesn't really remember. That's what I'm gathering. Nope, didn't understand a thing. Kid Fibly. Saying that, she felt as herself being summoned by some kind of decisive fate. Oh shit! She can translate Nemesis. She speaks Nemesis. Decisive fate. Yeah, Nemesis has to have some kind of third gen doll's parts in her. I think she has the rule encoded into her. She may not have the Boojum crap in her, but she has the rule encoded into her. Weird, yeah? You can understand what Nemesis is saying. Yeah, I do have this rather unexplainable ability. It does come in handy every now and then, wouldn't you agree? A very valuable ability. States like sending you to Systify really was the right call. You're far too kind, ma'am. Still, showing off unexpected abilities at critical moments is something I quite pride myself on. In any case, since Miss Carrick's mood hasn't recovered yet, is it alright if I temporarily serve as the translator for this lady? Yes, please. For a difficult round of questioning, I finally managed to learn something about Nemesis' condition that do Perchia's translation. Nemesis explains that she lost control of her fame earlier due to some kind of intervention. She vaguely sensed the same thing at the exact same moment when Sexton's lost control. Back in combat, however, the intervention suddenly grew stronger, directly causing her to lose control of her frame. As for what this intervention actually means, Nemesis does not make it clear. From her descriptions, it appears that she herself only understands it vaguely. She just calls it fate, or some kind of behavioral logic that cannot be found anywhere within her neural code. It's not in her cloud, it's somewhere it's in other protocols. You need to run a deeper scan like how you did on Sextons. These strings of phenomena form an interwoven network of clues that would suggest that something worth discovering is hidden deep in the red zone. Where's Dandelion? Get Dandelion. Paradise NDA? Yeah, right. Looks like we do have to head into the red zone to investigate. Oh, I didn't think we'd actually get to the red zone, so, at this point. I thought they'd be like end story sort of deals. I gather everyone in the ops room. Everyone, I'm prepared to head into the red zone for a mission. Although it's just recon work, our current situation is fairly complex. We may encounter things that we've never had to deal with before. I'll be drawing up a list of those participating in this mission, based on capability, but also based on your willingness to participate. It's been a while, but this will be the first time we conduct a mission inside the red zone, so we'll need to make proper preparations for protective gear and comms equipment. Yeah, because even if the dolls are resilient, the intensity of the radiation in the red zones could even affect them. So even dolls have to wear protective suits and stuff. Mailing, take inventory of what equipment is left in the warehouse, and there's no need to go through such trouble. Our helicopter is carrying enough protective gear and comms equipment. Nice. Commander, would you be willing to let us join your task force? Of course, that'd be wonderful. Then we'll inventory the equipment for this mission. Please inform me of the team size and equipment specifications in a short while. Damn, she's ready to go. Alright, then let us set our goal as to return to download at some point in time. She's ready to go. Dude, that was only 4 parts? Good lord. Sensing. A quiet echo links a pair of lonely islands to the depths of the sea. It's so epic. The chorus hits. Alva and Weimestina are in the refitting room, checking off the equipment list for the upcoming mission. I take the chance to finalize personnel coming on this mission. Beginning with selecting 404, a squad possessing extensive combat experience in red zones to accompany me. Because our special equipment is in limited supply, I can only bring one more squad along, which leaves me feeling somewhat conflicted. Yeah, I'd bring 404 with us, yeah. Both Monsign's squad and Sakura have assisted me on mission involving Paradise bases before. The performance has been quite reassuring. I don't know if I want to bring them, though. Besides them, the new dolls who just joined Elmo may still be in their adjustment periods, but they each have their own strengths and specialties. Leave Cheyenne and on board as second in command. After what just happened with Sixth Sense, I realized that I really do need to assign the strong, well-coordinated team specifically to keep an eye on her. So that means we'll need Helen on board. But, I mean, for taking 4 or 4, those are the big hitters. You'll need... I mean, this Team B... Saltwide is part 2 of the event. Is Saltwide here? I thought both someone and Ara departed. Yeah, I think they're gone, right? I don't think they're here. What's more, we just exposed our location in front of those mercs. It must have leave enough forces on Elmo for its own defense. I also have Team Groza. We can't bring Nemesis along. She's having problems. I wouldn't even bring Groza's team along either, to be honest. Because even Groza's, her spazzing out hasn't been addressed yet. I wouldn't trust Groza and everyone else to be on the Elmo. Groza and, Monsoon should stay. Commander, I want to come too. You know what? She might be very useful. She's like a little radar, boujum radar. Meanwhile, Melanie has been peeking at me from every corner of the Queen room ever since I announced the trip to the red zone. You gotta give Melanie credit. She's brave. Right now, she's on her tippy toes, peering at the missions roster. You want to come? Where do you want to go? I want to go with you and the others into the red zone for the investigation. There must be plenty of Paradise traps over there. I can protect you, Commander. I feel so conflicted. I mean, she's just a kid. But at the same time, her sensing ability is really, really important. Okay, how exactly does Melanie plan to protect me? Do you have a box like Helena's? That's true. He's gonna be tough to protect too. Melanie shakes her head. Have a way to jam radar so the enemy can't spot us? The commander's doing like a really, I guess, a gentle way to convince Annette to go. Instead of just saying no, right? Melanie shakes her head. Then I'll find a way somehow. Right, I can still help. For example, I can disguise myself as one of their Helenas and infiltrate the Paradise space like what I did last time. That way we have a way to go straight in and grab lots of internal Paradise data. Brave. If things go well, Commander, you won't need to use much firepower to destroy the base this time. But last time we were discarded by a Niter really quickly. They won't be caught off guard this time. Besides, how do you know that they definitely have Helenas over there? Oh, she wants to go. But she has to understand. Ollie asked that offhandedly, but something clicks when I notice Melanie suddenly shifting her gaze away from me. Has Melanie been hiding something else she knows from me? Right, the way she slowly insists on coming along with us raises my suspicions as well. Could it be she knows something, huh? Billy, what about what happened earlier? Is there something you haven't told me? Yeah, there is. How did you know that? Realizing her slip of the tongue, Melanie hurriedly puts her hands over her mouth. Here you go, Killy. I knew it. Melanie, did you sense something about the Helenas again? Melanie turns away, showing her back. Oh, she does. She knows there's Helenas over there. promised that girl that I wouldn't tell anyone about it. If that's how she puts it, Melanie definitely did sense the presence of another Helena. And judging by what we know so far, that Helena is somewhere inside a parity space in the depths of the red zone. Looking back at how Helena once sensed Melanie, if we really want to get to the bottom of all this, bringing Melanie along would make things much easier. But should I really bring Melanie to the red zone just for this? This is way too dangerous, adds so much unpredictability to our investigation. Oh? Oh, Innovum, what's going on? How are you doing? Welcome. Hello everyone, my name's Tiferet. I'm a combat android, currently playing some Girls Frontline 2. The Moonshroud Requiem event. We're about like, what, 4 or 5 parts in? You know where you were like getting through it. This is the only gotcha visual novel game I play, and I normally play shooting games, survival games, and horror games. But I hope you guys are having a good one. What did you play, Evo? What were you up to? Yeah, and if you guys, and also if you wanna take off, and Sono's here too. Hi, Sono. If you guys need to take off, feel free to take off. I'm just reading through, we're about to go to this place called the Red Zone. Going to infiltrate a parity space. I don't know if you guys are unfamiliar with this series. What I'm saying probably means nothing, but in other words, we're going to basically a zone that's highly irradiated. Going to a lab that this crazy cult is doing experiments on people and things like that, and stuff like that. I was playing Dagger Directive. Never heard of that game. Wait, what's that about? You sound like one of those party games. That sounds interesting. Plus, I also have to think about whether or not to make this new discovery a secondary objective of the mission. Dagger Directive. Never heard of that, yeah. Looks like Melanie has told me everything. I should get things sorted out with her first. An old Rainbow Six, Ghost Recon, and Delta Force all in one game. Oh wow, that's an interesting mix. That sounds pretty awesome. Are you guys gonna be playing War Dogs? I think they have a closed beta coming up this next weekend, starting Friday. If you've bought like the support edition, I think you get to have access to the closed beta of War Dogs. I'm tempted, but I don't know. The War Dogs sounds cool, but it's one of those games where you definitely want to have a group of friends to play with, because right, it seems like a kind of game where you really need to have coordination. You can't really just go in just without. Well, Bandit, thank you for the coolants. Cheers. I'm not too interested in. Looks like another MP slot. I had someone invite me, then maybe. I don't know much about it either. It sounds interesting, but I don't know. I'd actually like to see. But I know they did like a alpha playtests, things like that. So maybe I'll look up some gameplay videos and things like that and see what it's all about. I really don't know much about it. Hanani, why don't we try talking this through together? This little girl wants to go with us in on this mission, but she's not a normal little girl. She actually senses like all these experiments going on. Tell me everything you need to know. This is important. I'll bring you along to rescue that Helena. I don't think she needs the protective equipment because she lives off radiation, basically. Really? Yep, I won't go back on my word. Alright, Evel, have a good one. Thank you for dropping by. Melanie turns to face me after some hesitation. To be honest, I've been intimately hearing that girl's voice ever since you all came back from leave. Is it like how you were able to sense our Helena? Yeah. That voice is different in that it's always been really faint and weak. I can only hear her at certain particular moments. Particular moments? Are we gonna be capturing all these Helenas? Just gathering them? Yes. I hope this Helena that she's sensing is like a cool one, but evil. She seemed to be in great pain every time we managed to sense her. It feels sounds like something is draining her life dry. Damn. Damn. Abnormal pulses, the connection between third-gen dolls and brujums, and yet another Helena. I have no concrete proof yet, but instinct tells me that what Melanie is describing appears to be tied to the events that Alva and the others have been investigating. Melanie, can you tell me what the two of you discussed? We didn't actually manage to talk much, but she seems to know a great deal about what's happening on the outside. Especially things about you, Commander. She knows me. She said that a certain individual nearby, who pulls the thread of fate, was the reason why she could establish a connection with me. That must be the mother that they're talking about. She also brought up the Leaf incident. What did she say? She asked me what became of the people in the Eve after Nirvana opened. Ooh, so someone else's memory's intact. Someone else's memory's intact. This is the first time anyone has brought up the opening of Nirvana since the Eve incident. Yeah, everyone was supposed to forget after the reality was warped. I assumed that what happened might have been a hallucination of mine, but now I'm suddenly being told that someone else had witnessed it. That someone is another Helena, no less. This Helena must be someone important. I have to find a way to track her down no matter what. Alright, well, Melanie just convinced the commander. A list of things to investigate grows yet again. Commander. Melanie tilts her chin up slightly, looking at me with pleading eyes. I've told you everything I know. Please, can you take me with you? What Melanie said makes logical sense, and it doesn't sound like she's making things up to get her way. Besides, the matter of Nirvana is not something she could have thought up with just her imagination. If what she said is close to the truth, then it is extremely important that we investigate this other Helena. At the very least, it must be listed as one of her main objectives. Melanie's presence does significantly increase our chance of success. Otherwise, we'd be plunging headfirst into the red zones with our radar disabled. And it would probably take too long to even get a sense of what's happening in there. Safety is indeed a major concern. While Melanie has no need to fret with regards to radiation as an immune individual, we'll still have to low-key pursue and protect her, should combat happen. At the very least, we must direct her from danger before it's too late. Can we give her like a vest? Some combat gear? Just for protection? Just some Kevlar? Still, I wish the only probe to locale for now, so avoiding a direct combat is also part of the plan. With that in mind, I need to assign an extra squad to ensure Melanie's safety. Alva and the others brought plenty of special equipment that should come in handy. It should make up for the issue of our low manpower, less of a pain point. Alright, I think I can understand the gist of what you mean. After thinking it over, I summoned Groza to me alone. Groza, aside from 4-4, I want you to bring Team Groza along on this mission. Aside from providing combat support, your priority will to keep Melanie safe. You're bringing Melanie along, Commander. Now I'm really curious how Sextons is going to fall into place here. Yep, Melanie has uncovered some new leads that could help with our search. Thank you, Commander. But let's be clear about this beforehand. You must stay with girls and the others, and you're absolutely not allowed to run off on your own. I'll be on my best behavior. Then I and the others shall do our best to protect Melanie. As for Nemesis, we should make separate arrangements for her. Yeah, I don't know if we should bring Nemesis. No need, just run the team as you usually do. Okay, never mind, for bringing Nemesis. I mean, Nemesis does have Paradu's knowledge, so provided she doesn't spaz out again, she could be useful. And we have two Nemesis translators now. Be Nemesis, you or the others in Team Groza, you've all been my companions on ammo for the longest. I can't just stop trusting you guys over some unexpected accidents. That must mean a lot to them. Commander. Besides, Nemesis does have a number of mysteries surrounding her. I have a feeling that this mission could help us solve them. Understood. Leave the rest of the regions to me. This time, I won't let you down, Commander. Alicia's not feeling sorry for herself as much anymore. That's good. With the roster set, Voy Messina goes to the helicopter to bring down equipment for the mission. While taking stock of our equipment inventory, I noticed that, aside from basic protective gear, we also have plenty of special equipment that would be hard to find, even on the black market. Commander, we may face extreme collapse radiation levels once we enter the red zone. Please wear the protective suit well and equip the radiation isolation device. Alva picks out a protective suit from the equipment pile and hands it to me to try on. Its surface gleams with a strange sheen as it's sprayed with some kind of protective coating. I put the protective suit on and try moving around. Ow, it's suffocating. So tight. Kind of hard to breathe. Alpha notices my discomfort. She scrambles to explain. Sorry, Commander, since this is an impromptu mission, we didn't have time to custom order one. So I'll have to ask you to bear with Nell's gear for now. It's flat. It's okay, I'm fine. Alva walks over to loosen some of the straps around my torso and joints. Her shimmering gaze meets mine. She produces a somewhat flustered laugh. Is that better, Commander? Oh, I want to hear her laugh. Much better. Alva carefully checks the suit's airtight seal, then hands me a brand new set of comms equipment. Girlfriend material, I know, right? Also, these are shielded communicators. I'll be distributing them to the mission personnel in a short while. Red zone radiation will interfere with comm signals. These devices will ensure that we're able to remain in contact with each other while we're inside. We also have weapon cases loaded with heavy weapons and their odd ammunition. I'll distribute some of these to each squad before we depart. Still, these weapons are dangerous, so they'll need to be used with care. Damn heavy weapons? And Alva pauses and continues with feigned casualness. To be honest, we only managed to make it here this easily thanks to Miss Kalina pulling a few strings for us. Really? So she's possibly been assisting you guys. I hope Kalina's doing okay. I know she's being watched. It seems she's finally found something she wants to do. Indeed, although she's currently dealing with a conundrum, she found a way to contact and help us as much as she could. This is why I think you shouldn't worry about her too much. Someone as smart as Miss Kalina will always find a way to take care of herself. Anyway, Miss Kalina told me about a certain something, by the way. I think you might want to know. What did you say? It said that she came across a doll who looked very much like Rosa. Oh yes, she never told the commander about this? On the bridge, back in what was that place, Odessa? A doll fits in with Rosa. It's probably a doll using a similar frame model. That is one possibility. However, Mrs. Kalina specifically brought up because the doll's combat capabilities are extremely strong. It's very likely a third-gen doll. So it looks like a third-gen version of Groza. Got it. I'll keep that in mind. Commander, all personnel participating in the mission have been equipped and relevant gear has been distributed to the squad leaders. Always straight to business. It is time for us to head out. I love her. She's cool. She gets like straight to it. Friggin' busted
記念
dude.
に写真を撮ってもいいですか？
Ah, Cheyenne. Oh my goodness. Alright, part 5. Oh, what the hell's this? Endangerment. The collapse of pavilions bloom through the ruined pass, and danger fills air like insidious radiation. Oh, they're going to a palace. Hi, Tom Frost. Have a good rest. Thank you for dropping by today. Oh, look at this Nemesis doll. They all belong to Paradise, possessing great fighting power and non-submission capabilities. Despite its monotonous attack methods, their powerful weapon components make them formidable foes. They fulfill their duties as defenders of the castle without questioning their presence here. Nemesis dolls. Oh, they look cool. Creepy. Creepy, but cool. Oh, shit. Thank you for the comment. Thank you, yeah, I'm gonna enjoy myself. Appreciate it. Thank you for the coolant too, by the way. Cheers. The sky darkens as Elmo approaches the red zone. Our radar fails entirely 2 hours into the red zone. To prevent intense radiation from damaging the Elmo's electronic equipment, I decide to lead the mission team on foot into the depths of the red zone, while Mei-Ling pulls Elmo back to the edge, awaiting our contact. The landscape is a barren waste, with only sparse remnants of tree trunks and dry grass strewn about. Here, a deadly brew reeks its gassy vapors on this plain, rending into all life who unwittingly drank its inglorious end. The name was Collapse, and life fell in twain. That's very poetic. What the heck? That must be like a reference to some kind of poem. The landscape is a barren waste with only sparse remnants of tree trunks and dry grass strewn about. Here, a deathly brew reeked its gassy vapors upon this plain, rendering unto all life one unwittingly drank an inglorious end. The name was Collapse, and life fell in twain. Pretty. As with death, we see naught but silence. 3 hours later, we finally crossed an indistinct boundary zone and are greeted by the red zone's iconic ominous scenery, the very culprit that drained all life from this place. Epitheliums. A vast sea of collapsed epithelium known as Hell's Paradise. Pretty. And there's collapsed crystals too. No. Pretty. Pretty though. At some point our signals completely vanished from the radar. Aside from internal squad comms, our surroundings are as quiet as an empty void. Nothing here that can prove our existence aside from our own physical sensations. That's like a deathly silence, huh? Beneath our feet, the translucent radiation dust-stained petals shimmer with a faint glow akin to cooling embers. Wow. Smell a metallic ionizing odor spraying through the air around me, even through my protective suit. Commander, watch your step. Try to avoid these flowers as we move forward. And Doris just took a reading. The radiation near the flowers is more than a dozen times higher than the surrounding area. I'm glad Doris is with us. The epitheliums are currently in their absorption phase. Let's read through. His phases? Beautiful but deadly wasteland is indeed. What Doris refers to is one of the defining traits of collapse of epithelium. They interact with collapsed radiation in the environment, absorbing it under certain conditions, releasing it in others. This is the exact research that Ophelia was doing with her epitheliums. She used her plants to absorb the radiation out of the environment, and when it releases, he's able to harvest that release and turn it into clean energy. Immensely powerful technology. Now that she's gone, it's probably all lost, but, you know, if in an ideal world, if things went the way she wanted to without, you know, being used by Chilaveg or anyone else, that technology could have like cleaned the yellow zone and start to clean the red zones as well, and make it so humanity can slowly take back, all the lost territories. But damn, things didn't exactly go the way she wanted it, unfortunately. Project Eden, I intervened, and back in Leah hoped to use such principles of energy generation. That technology has since become a secret, not only to me. Yeah. T-Bra, there's nothing that survived. No one knows, because she's in this new timeline. Orphan didn't even survive Frankfurt when she was a kid. So this technology was never developed, and there's no trace of or copies of it anywhere, because it was never made. Just shame. During the collapse of Bethleem's absorption phase, the collapse radiation levels in the vicinity drop, but that is only temporary. The inexperienced would lower the guard upon seeing these safe levels on their instruments, but this is nothing more than a deception, the calm before the storm. Once the release phase arrives, the radiation levels surge, rendering most productive equipment into grand cascade. Any creature unable to take shelter in time will be devoured by the collapse radiation in mere moments, plunging them into an abyss of no return. The absorption phase means that the ambient radiation levels are relatively low at the moment, but even so, an ordinary person cannot survive here for long without protection. Yet despite the harshness of the environment, it is also strangely and suddenly quiet. No one tried to stop us on the way here. We haven't even seen a single tiny allied critter scurrying by either. Commander, we're almost at the coordinates. Good. All units to enter alert level 1. The dolls raise their weapons, one after another, lowering their stances and slowing their pace alongside mine. So they can find a castle here? That's crazy. Wow. After passing through a thick mist of radiation particles, what unfolds before us is a sight I never imagined I'd see deep inside the red zone. That must be haunting, and so quiet. An intact, towering, magnificent, yet antique palace. A mist, the banner of the heavens. Alright, Karlik? Em insists you've been here before. Beautiful vista of bygone days, gathered into echoes among clouds. Looks like this place has stirred some of Miss Nemesis's memories. Maybe she was a guard at one point. Studied the exterior of the old castle carefully, but I find no clear signs of anything unordinary, even though it clearly shouldn't be here. An ancient structure of a bygone era. The spires that adorn its towers have long since crumbled, leaving jagged hollows that spear the sky. The narrow arched windows are but hollowed eye sockets, some yet filled with remnants of their stained glass sclera, that faintly glimmered in the dust's fair embrace. The heavy main doors lie open, no longer withholding their bounty from the world beyond. The iron that clad its hinges has rusted so thoroughly that it has painted the wood with haphazard strokes of oxidized crimson. The family crest carved above the gate was far too weathered to make out any fine details. All that remained was the rough outline of a shield that made its center. Truthfully, I feel uncertainty boil from within my core. Was this a mere mirage that had been invoked by the collapse that encompassed us all at this very moment? Nothing but an irradiated midsummer night's dream. Commander, this is the place. Alright, it's all underground, you know how it is. I can feel it, the ghost presence. We're getting closer and closer. Melanie raises her hand high, pointing in the direction of the castle. The coordinates on the offline map also point here. Let's get closer. With the dolls raising their weapons and as a vanguard, we cautiously approach the massive building before us. the shattered panes of tiny-colored glass I catch faint glimpses of refined antique furnishings inside. Despite having been the subject of the cruel elements, there remains a microcosm of time centuries past. Is this castle also a paradise base? No, wait, something feels off. Commander, the radiation interference is too strong here. You can't pick up any signals nearby. Our equipment is to pick up any active heat sources here. But something can still be hiding in the lower levels. We're not picking up any noise or signal here either. We have the same conclusion, and we can only gather info on what's on the surface for now. Melanie, are you sensing anything? I haven't sensed any other presences aside from the girl's distress signal. Indeed, you haven't picked up any clear signs of danger, and that Helena does actually seem to be here. Fukai, take 4-4 to perimeter and keep... watch out for any movement. Secure our retreat route. Report immediately if you spot anything suspicious. Rosa, Alva, let's try going in to take a look. If you're going in, then at least let me... It's alright, don't worry. From the looks of it, it's just an abandoned building. If you noticed anything off, we'll tuck our tails between our legs and run for the hills. She doesn't want to go out alone. Besides, Melanie says that the girl is in there. We have to at least go in and try to investigate. Fine. She's not happy. She wants to go in there to scout. I'll keep outside watch. Be careful in there, everyone. We will. Alvo, Groza, let's go. What about Buenostida? Once we approach the rust-spotted door, Groza takes the lead, becoming the first to step through the doors of the castle. Silence. Absolute silence. The alarms that I had subconsciously expected do not blare, leaving a part of me feeling rather unsated. Our arrival is met by the ominous silence that shrouds the heart of the red zone. That's creepy. We push the doors open and take a step inside the castle. Ooh. The interior is not as dilapidated as I assumed. Damp stone steps with brick walls on both sides lead up to the great hall. A faintly warm light of dusk filters through the multicolored glass windows, sending columns of varied hues across the great structure. In the great hall, a table is surrounded by several velvet chairs, all arranged loosely. 2 leather armchairs appear to have warped from long-term use. The leather is polished to a shine, suggesting that someone once lived here for a long period of time. In the red zone? So yeah, someone's been here, that's for sure. The castle appears to have been used after the war, for a long time too. Maybe this area has only become a red zone recently? It would be great if we could find some records about it. Billy, are you sure this is the place? I am. Gotta go underground, I'm telling ya. I still can't pinpoint the exact location, but... I look around. Searching this whole castle will take too long. Let's try to wrap this up ASAP. We can't link it here too long. Alva, you guys search the upper floors? Up the staircase. Rosette will go through the corridor over here and search the rooms in the back. Alright, there we go, split up. After splitting off from Alva and the others, Team Girls and I moved down the corridor and into the back of the castle. This area appears to be made up of several bedrooms. After confirming that there are no sounds inside, I pull on the brass handle in the room nearest to me. The room is decorated similarly to a reception hall, but the moment I push the door, the scent of dust and faint mildew hits my nose, a stark contrast to the candle air of the great hall. The room isn't very spacious, its furnishing simple. Half the space has been taken up by a bed, several stacks of documents on the lined desk, the tabs already yellowed. Some technology over there. A forgotten corner of the grandiose castle, it seems. Look around for any more useful documents left here. With Carolic and Nemesis guarding the door, the rest of us began searching through the corners of the room. An old-fashioned antique feel coats the room. Electronic devices are rare, with the bookshelf leaning against the wall is newly lined with thick volumes, mostly classical texts and novels of a bygone era. I'll leaf through them without much thought. Something stems from one of the books. What's this? I pick up a slip of paper to find what seems to be some reading notes. The elegant script has probably blurred somewhat, but I can still tell that a woman probably wrote it. I read through it carefully, but found nothing noteworthy. Signature reads Aleph N. It seems to be the owner of this book, Aleph. I pocket the note and prepare to continue searching when I hear cold of from the other side of the room. Commander, I found something interesting under the bed. I move over and see Coldfeet holding up the battered terminal in your hand. Can it be turned on? Let me try. Coldfeet tries pressing the power button, but the screen flickers on for only instants before going dark again. He ran out of battery. I have to try connecting it to me for a bit, though. Wait, don't do that yet. Hold on to it for now, and we'll bring it back for Dandelion to sift through. Yeah, you don't know if there's a virus or something in that thing. Coldfeet nods and slips the terminal to her pack. Commander, we seem to have found everything worth looking for in this room. Let's make our exit. Whoa. I bring Melanie along to head back to the corridor with Team Croza. Alva's voice comes through the comms as we're about to search the next room. Commander, we're taking 5 from the 3rd floor. Oh shit. They didn't hear that? It's so quiet, I'm surprised they didn't hear that. The enemy is... Oh shit, she spazzed out again. Nemesis? Fall. Rebirth. Oh no, she's passing out again. The heart wanders far. There's... Oh no. Heard the cards. So she was a card. She had to put a card. Commander, look at those dolls. What? Whoa. I don't know when they arrived, but a number of dolls have appeared from the far end of the corridor. Oh, they look cool. Dude, evil Nemesis sisters. Covered in a cloud of dust, illuminated by the faint light, I finally make out what they look like. Dude, they look cool. The same dark skin, the same tied ash gray hair, the same violet pupils, and the same calm, sharp eyes that belong only to a marksman. Their faces seem, pale compared to Nemesis. They are Nemesis. Yeah, cool. Nemesis sisters. I like how they look more tactical here. Whoa. Did I have a rifle? Wait, they're Nemesis. Nemesis too? Look at that, the Viet's local produce. It doesn't matter, right now they're our enemies. Oh shit. All dolls, order received. Oh shit. without hand. The fight catches up to us so that Team Kurosa can cover Melanie and I as we fall back to a safer position behind the lines. I like the 10, yeah, it's cute. Kodafe and Kara like 10 around the corner. After confirming that the area ahead is safe, they push open a narrow door beside them. Oh no, it's a dead end. Endless stairs, revolving. Reach the first shadow. You mean there's a way out from here? Good passage. Kerlik stares at Nemesis skeptically. Nemesis gives her an affirmative nod in return. Kerlik begins running hands along the wall opposite the room before tapping out in rhythm on one of the bricks. There it is. That's cool. Nemesis, yeah, so Nemesis has definitely been here before. Commander, there's a hidden path here. So she must have been like a guard then. Should we go in? I look at Nemesis, her gaze wavers not. Let's go in and take a look. I mean, Ghost Trap. What if they're like hurting them though? They're pushing them to where they want to be. Rosa and Carla carefully but swiftly swing open the hidden door built into the brick wall. Ooh, it's totally dark inside. The dolls switch on the lights and their head equipment, allowing me to find Tick and the layout of the room by the dim glows. I suddenly get a feeling that the layout feels kind of familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen it before. The decor of the room we're in is quite different from anything we've seen so far, or rather, this place can't even be called a room. It's more like a cold, sterile laboratory. A massive culture tank stands in the middle of the room. Countless neatly arranged pipes running along the ceiling and floor stretch into the darkness beyond. That's where the Zephyr Helena's in there? Commander, this is the place. I can sense her presence. Melanie lets go of my hand and rushes over to the culture tank's edge to inspect it closely. I follow Melanie over almost to find the tank empty. Nothing's left besides the dry residue of culture fluid. Are we too late? A lab? I hate this. No way. Oh, is she dead? But she's sensing your signature. No. Don't worry, Melanie. We're all here with you. I mean, she said she was sensing it. No one's going to hurt you. She's getting her trauma's going back. To help reassure Melanie, I lift her into my arms while doing my best to gather as much information in the darkness as I can. After carefully examining the room, I can confirm this place was very similar to where we rescued Melanie. The same lab equipment, the same facility layout, even the same plant-style culture tanks. On the side of the culture tank, a metal nameplate reflects the faint glow. H35. Helen 35, huh? So this is her designation. So what happened to her? She gone? She really was supposed to be right here. Why is she gone? Maybe she got transformed into a Boojum. Maybe, yeah. Hi, Nightfall. Welcome. Thank you very much for the coolant. Cheers. Hope she did turn to a Boojum. I searched the area but find no other rooms. Right then, the sound of distorted footsteps arrives near the door. The dolls we drove back early have caught up to us once more. Commander, I found the secret passage Nemesis mentioned. It leads outside the castle. Should we retreat from there? After all the trouble we took to find these clues, I really don't want to leave without finding the girl Melanie spoke of. But gotta go. Commander, this insertion was only meant to be reconnaissance op. With the huge number of enemies we face and lack of support, it is best that we extract to ensure the safety of both Melanie and you. I understand. Kurosa, Alva, we're falling back for now. You push open the door and slide down the hidden passageway planting safe on the ground. As the sounds of pursuit fade behind us, we make it back outside the castle unharmed. Just as Voimistina, the last in our group, lands on the ground, a voice suddenly speaks up from behind us. Oh, is that her? Greetings, esteemed guests. Oh, her design's different. She has no way, she infected with Elliot? Impossible. Or perhaps you're more used to being called the Commander. Ooh, that's an interesting design. Okay. Is that the girl? Age 35. Interesting. Where are we? Mother and daughter, the progenitor and its offspring collaborate each other in their collective consciousness. Within its the crystal cage, they call a family. So Pujam. 3 Pujams. Holy shit. Oh shit. Wow, it's in this one for a while. Oh, they're dead. They're only level 18, but still. Greetings, esteemed guests. Or perhaps you're more used to be called the Commander. I turn around and find that 3 ominous creatures have somehow surrounded us. D Pujans, each at least 5 meters tall, block our retreat from 3 directions. 5 meters. If that's what? 15 feet? That's big. But there's no intent to attack. Instead, they crouch low in unison. The figurative T-Bujam Cerberus stands before us, and they are waiting like obedient dogs ready to do their master's bidding. That's right, because the Helenas could kind of control, or at least have influence on Bujam behavior. The Bujams are like drawn to protect them. The Bujams all have the same electronic collar fastened to a different part of the body, all glowing faintly. The collars seem to be connected by a view of invisible leash, extending towards somewhere deep within the sea of flowers. And at the end of that leash is a girl who looks about the same age as Melanie. She holds an iron ring in her hand. She walks through the endless of Pavilion, moving closer to us, one step at a time. Her movements are light and graceful. She wears no protective equipment at all, which is enough to confirm that she is not human, at least not an ordinary human like me. Whoa! Nice to meet you. Whoa, look at that design! It's like crystals. Collapsed crystals under her skin. Please forgive my shortcomings in hospitality, ma'am. She must be age 35? As her figure steadily grows closer, I'm at least able to see her properly. She can't be human since she wears no protection yet. Both limbs are flawlessly perfect, with not the slightest trace of being a doll or a niter. The only remaining possibility are that she is a disguised doll using a high-end disguise frame or a nita. But somehow, perhaps, it's because of our seen so many dolls, I can't shake the feeling that she is something much stranger. The girl wears an expression that borders on serene. Although she stands before me more than a dozen T-dolls with their weapons trained on her, her eyes seem to reflect none of their enmity she must see. She comes to a halt, lifts the hem of her skirt with her fingertips and gives me a graceful curtsy. When she sees I grant her no reply in return, the girl does move forward, and said she tilts her head. Mother said that you are an esteemed guest. Wow, interesting. So this is like if she's a Helena, then she's like totally brainwashed. Then interesting. I mean, look at all these devices. Yet you intrude upon my abode, absent the intent to explain thyself. Your abode. Shock should not come upon you. I, my mother, and my older sisters. Here we once lived all together. The girl lifts her gaze to look at the old castle before her. Now only I remain here, and loneliness does grasp my heart from time to time. But mother told myself such, that we should soon meet, bringing my oldest sister along with thee. Hope escaped me, for I was convinced that she would surely not bear fruit, but to my delight, you appear before me. Seems the thread of fate really does connect you and I. Hearing the girl's words, my eyes shift to Nemesis, though she did not show anything on her face. Some kind of sorrowful shadow atmosphere has been looming over here ever since earlier. She remained silent. I wonder if you're talking about Melanie or Nemesis. So, Commander, did you not bring my oldest sister with you? I don't know what you mean, my older sister. You don't know? It seems that the truth shall not meet between us in our dance of words, for your heart is close to me. How hurtful. Interesting little girl, this one. No, it's because you've classified me as an enemy, isn't it? Based on what I know, you are a deeply gentle person, but never one to hesitate when it comes to what must be done. Since you've classified me as an enemy, you may very well shoot me dead the next moment. That is perfectly fine. Indeed, that would be most apt. The girl speaks calmly with words that seem to carry no emotion whatsoever, yet I find myself becoming more and more confused. I've always been able to quickly tell whether someone is a doll or not. This time I still can't tell. To prevent thee from a haughty attack and thus disrupting this most precious exchange, allow me to jog your memory on a few things. For instance, a certain third-gen doll you rescued from the ill zone, whose frame you then repaired. If you'd be willing to return her, Commander, I would be so grateful. So she knows. The oldest sister you mentioned must be Sex Sense. Oh, so is she a doll? Then she must be a third-gen doll as well. I don't know, though. And the mother she mentioned, could it be the same person Mommy spoke of? The girl doesn't give me much time to think. She raises the leash in her hand. The deep Russians let out growls one after another. If you mean sextons, she's not here right now. This humble self understands her misgivings. However, rest assured, you may return to her with peace of mind. I bear no ill will toward my oldest sister. I simply wish to see her, that is all. She really not... I don't know, she's odd. I don't know what her objective is exactly. Art thou seeking to part her with mine oldest sister as a chip? Unfortunately, I don't seem to have anything I could trade with, apart from guaranteeing the lives of yourself and your compatriots. Confident. Her frame suffered severe damage and her neural cloud was almost completely destroyed. She is of no further use to people like you. That's why your folk discarded her in the L-Zone, no? The meaning behind your question eludes me, for I have done no such thing. Might you perhaps be stalling for time? I perhaps tried to extract intelligence. Have I been designated as a tactical target? So weird. She's like, she's like threatening but not threatening, you know? The girl's face remains expressionless, but her tone carries a faint trace of curiosity. Most interesting, Mother wants to freak out that you are a top-tier master tactician, one of the very few folk she respects. Indeed, you are truly different from the others of your kind. I'm keen to learn from thee. Might you tell your dolls to ease? They These little ones won't attack, but if you do not respond in kind, they may be an accident on our hands. She's being reasonable. Well, she just wants to talk. I bear you no ill will at present, Commander. In the comms channel, Kuka's voice, still in the middle of laying out tactics, stops abruptly. I express my thanks. She can hear them? I reciprocate your kindness. Allow me to provide an answer to the question that plagued you. Much appreciated. Mother said that my oldest sisters had already joined your organizations. That is the freedom offered to them. Sisters, which must be Sexton's Blue Sphere, Fia, and Gaia. So whether they wish to return or not, Mother has no intention of interfering. Okay, interesting. Still, to us, my oldest sisters are also members of the family. Wanting to learn more about them is only natural. Learned? Haven't you ever met other third-gen dolls before? Met, yes. But back then, I had only been born and didn't have the ability to communicate. Some information can only be acquired through conversation, and I am only permitted to learn via conversation. Oh, so she can look at files and things. She's like cut off. Though, as I say, I really do want my oldest sister back, so that I can study her, and learn things like sisterly love and how to express affection toward family. Wouldn't it be better to have someone specific to learn that from? She's intriguing. I like this girl. And her design is really cute too. Commander, will you hand my oldest sister back to my arms now? So the crystal thing under her skin is interesting though. What a touching speech. I don't know if I could trust her words. I mean, for all I know, she could originally be telling the truth. But how unfortunate that after witnessing Paradis's deeds, my heart has only grown so much colder towards you all. How truly unfortunate indeed. Could tears beset your determination, I would have partaken. She says you're not moving me enough. Well then, your pieces are now on the board, no? Please make your move. Yes, since you have expressed your refusal to return oldest sister of mine, I will have to take another form of compensation. This is my first time engaging in real combat. Here, I shall seek your generous guidance. She's treating this like a learning experience rather than actually wanting to hurt people. One of the beast-type illusions lets out a deafening roar, pawing up dust from the ground with its hoof claws. The dolls take their stance in front of Melody and me. I hear the metallic click of bullets being chambered. Hi, there we go. More than a dozen streams of gunfire tear through the icy air, swarm the third-gen doll behind the illusions. If the girl afar simply leaps upward, light as a fairy, every bullet skims by the outline of her figure, not even brushing the hem of her dress. Like a fairy. She lands backward, the three illusions. The very next moment, her dispassionate gaze show not even a single flutter of emotion. I see. No special tactical response is possible in such a situation. But these weapons seem rather primitive, uncivilized. Much informed to any others. Oh, her eyes changed. Oh, that's a cool expression. It too has a little bit of glow in it. Looks like I'll have to go out. I'm sure you want to show the heavy weapons. Dolls open up the second volley covered by a chain. Since some kind of high-strength force field envelops the girl, she walks forward slowly. Our bullets seem to halt in the midair around her like shot flies against glass. Falling once they have spent all their kinetic energy. Oh, cool, she's pulling a Neo. Her movements are now beyond what could only be described as fast. As the dolls focus their fire on her, she suddenly vanishes. The next moment, that flawless youth, young face appears just outside the vision. The visor attached to my head cover. Oh, she's quite quick. He gently strokes my mask. Her lips turn into a slight pout. bothersome. But if I take it off, you'll die, won't you? My humans are stuck with such inconvenience. Oh shit, he could have killed us right now. Grows and tackles me to the ground while the other dolls rush between the girl and me just in time. She doesn't attack, instead she acts like a child entering a petting zoo. She focuses on touching the doll's hair and skin a few times each, as if she's trying to get acquainted with some cute animals for the first time. She's just chilling. She's chilling. So this is what they feel like. She gazes at her fingertips as if moved by the experience. Goes and takes the chances to me up and pull me back with the other dolls. The smell of gunpowder began spreading in the patch in the sand forest. The next moment, Alvin and Boy Mistina, who had positioned themselves deep in the forest around the girl, in advance, launched a rocket straight at her, hidden among the countless streams of bullets. The sound of rockets reach her position in an instant. She has no time to dodge it no matter what. But she has a force field. Kind of. The flash of the explosion casts her slim shadow against the surrounding trees, violently swaying in a kicked-up cloud of dust. But as the smoke clears, we can see that the girl's still standing there, completely unharmed. Your right hand is slightly spread open, seemingly still savoring the sensation from earlier. Even with the wreckage of the rocket still burning at her feet, she does not move a single step. She's totally unbothered. Holy crap. She's okay, she's something. Not even the concussion blast did nothing to her. It's impossible to equip a doll with a force field this strong. Force field? You speak of something I need not. Emitting energy at a certain frequency is enough, no? Oh, we're supposed to do precise? Oh wow, she's just calculating like the amount of force needed to stop kinetic force and matching it so it just stalls and holds it there until it's all gone. Damn, so she must have a lot of energy inside her then. Oh, by the way, Commander, as compensation for your intrusion, your attacks on me, and your refusal to return my sister, allow me the privilege of a touch. The instant the girl finishes speaking, Clunkung Grozo, standing right in front of me, to block the girl, slowly get flung aside. She peers in front of me, tilting her head to look up at my face. Damn. I raise my pistol and fire her, but she dodges a bullet with a slight tilt of her head. Then she raises a single finger toward me. Finger swiftly pierces through my protective suit, easy punching through the bullet-resistant material, tearing to my flesh. Damn! Just a finger. No, for the radiation. Her suit's compromised. So that's how it is. She doesn't try to stop Kurosa from desperately dragging me away. She just stands in the midst of the dolls encircling her, raising her slender index finger to gaze at the glistening red bead of blood upon it in an unhurried manner. First time she's felt a human, huh? Seen blood. Then the girl places her fingertip in her mouth, an expression of pure curiosity in her eyes. Hey, she's tasting the blood? So this is the flavor of the ichor that courses through the veins of those partially immune. Truly fascinating. I think my current mood is so many sensations are welling up inside me at once. Your group may use this chance to escape, Commander. I want to take some time to process my feelings and emotions. The span of time is the gift I'm giving you. I hope that you manage to live on. She's totally, well, how are you gonna fight this thing? The girl turns around with her back to us. She begins walking away with a spring in her step. As for the bruisums he's left behind, like charred claws and the bodies have vanished. They revert to their bestial nature in a single moment, their indistinct faces twisting into expressions of bone-chilling savagery. Our objective is to retreat, prepare for combat. After confirming that none of our weapons can harm the girl, I apply a repair patch over the holes you punched through. All the dolls get ready for combat, okay? Wow, she's cool. I don't know, this... Oh, wow. That's gorgeous. That's a pretty scenery. 3 Boojans. God, I love this. This is Dartur's battle theme. Dude, she's I want to see more of her. What's happening to that girl? What she's up to? Under attack by 3 Boojans, the ground beneath me trembles as the action to shake some radioactive dust that swirls through the air. The dolls beside me focus fire on what seems to be the smallest, weakest Boojum. With sheer effort, we managed to create a relatively safe path for us to make a temporary retreat. We're making beeline to the edge of the red zone under the accomplishment of thunderous gunfire. Bullets streak past my face, drawing searing hot lines of air in our vicinity, kicking up plumes of that assault my nose with gunpowder infused smoke. Good thing these Boojums and Astimidges didn't chase us to the end. We stopped hearing the Boojum's shrill screams after we hid behind his earthen rampart in the grove of dead trees. Our surroundings returned to an eerie silence unique to the red zone. I gasped for air, taking deep breaths through my protective suit's filter mask. Suddenly, sweet iron-tasting liquid started swelling up in my throat. Internal bleeding? Where'd you stab the commander? Oh man. Oof. Commander. Dude. What'd you get hit? The lungs? Oh, girls are so worried. Oh, what's that? Did the protective suit's internal circulation systems break down? I don't know what that says. Doja is still dealing with girls' trauma? Probably. Wait, she's like, I think like she's designated to one of the cities, I forgot which one. Wait, I think that sister designated there, she can't exactly leave. Actually, wait. Isn't Doja free though? After what happened in the lab? Near Odessa? Free? No, I think she's free to do whatever she wants. Because of what happened between her and 45. Interesting. I think she's free. I think she can do whatever she wants now. Brilliant, according to AI. I don't think anything important, just poked a hole in the suit and visited her friend zone. The radiation protection feature in the suit were already compromised when it was pierced. Yeah, it just takes a moment. And plus the radiation was on the girl's finger, because, she's standing freely. Commander, your vital signs are not looking good. We must leave here immediately. I'm alright, calm down. We should first take care of the issue right in front of us first. I'm currently not too sure why the 3rd Gen also wanted us to hand sextants over, but the experiment equipped when we found proves that this is indeed one part of the spaces. Looks like they want to use sextants for something. Since they didn't chase us down, they must be aiming for Elmo next. Right now, we must prioritize getting back to Elmo ASAP and prepare to fend off possible enemy attack. Another important thing, we found equipment storing Helena's back there, but we couldn't find where they hid H-35. Once we're back on Elmo, we should gather as much manpower as we can, then find a way to rescue that girl. Alright, I'll report what we found up the chain of command and ask them to reinforce us ASAP. We should all get going then. Let's strive to reach Zelmo before night falls. The familiar beeping of my communicator reaches my ears. I usually hear it many times on a daily basis, but I haven't heard it once since I ventured into the red zone until now. Commander, it's a call from Elmo. I looked down to see on the screen of the communicator a single faint signal bar flicking on and off. I quickly answered the call. Finally connected. Commander. What's wrong, Helen? 30 minutes ago, Elmo was attacked by Mustangs of unknown origin again. There are more of them? Wow, there's mold left into the red zone. An ominous feeling wells up in my chest. Looks like the Elmo's location has already been pinpointed, and right now we have no means of breaking free from our pursuers. Is everyone alright? Have you been able to confirm the enemy's identity? We can't confirm the identity for now, but they don't seem to be the same group as the previous. We deployed 3 squads from the elbow to engage them, sustaining injuries of varying degrees, but we managed to repel them. Understood. We'll settle immediately, so... No, Commander, something else just happened. It's rather troubling. We discovered that Miss Sextons had broken free from her restraints when you turned to the Elmo. Oh shit! She broke out while they were gone. Uh-oh. She seemed to be controlled by something. We had no way to stop her from leaving without injuring her. So Sextons isn't on the Elmo right now. Indeed, we tried to search the surrounding area after she escaped, but we couldn't find her. Well, we know where she's going. We know exactly where she's going. Footprint tracking indicates she was headed into the red zone alone, sometime after leaving the Elmo. Even radar information, well, it's breaking. Even our equipment can't. Damn. Dude, we don't have the time to pursue Sextons and be in defense. The communicator returns it, emits only static, and Tone's voice is cut off with it. For a moment, no one speaks. I knew that the enemy would target the Elmo, but I didn't think they'd act this fast. They have given me even a moment to catch my breath. Before we set out, we deliberately parked the Elmo at the edge of the red zone, in a signal blind spot. The fact that the enemy started attacking this quick means they've been watching us for a long time. Could that ambush that happened before we left also? Were the coordinates of Sexton's narrow-clad and the pulse of Melanie sensed, all just made to lure us away? If that's the case... According to the info Hal gave us, Sextons entered the red zone about half an hour back. We have to fight her before the enemy does. Everyone, y'all heard what she said. If Sextons really did enter the red zone, we have to find her ASAP. We still don't know why exactly our enemy is so fixated on her. If she falls back into Paradis's hands, things will get really troublesome for us. What's more, she's one of us now, so we absolutely can't leave her behind. Yeah, but you're injured. Your vitals are tanking. I can tell that several dolls, Carolic among them, some reservations about what I said, but in the end, none of them voiced anything. Simply wait quietly for my orders. Trust. Kokai, take 404. Use this position as your origins point. Conduct a clockwise sweep within 5-kilometer radius. No problem, but are you really going to be fine staying out here, Commander? Hurry back to Elmo. We can handle the search without you. I've seen many people suffer acute alert before. They all eventually... Don't worry, I'm aware of my own condition. It's a risk. We'll head straight back to Elmo at the moment we find Sextons. Commander! I promise you, Kokai, I'll be fine. I do have some degree of radiation resistance, after all. Trust a woman you choose to follow, Kokai. Understood. I'll find that doll as quickly as I can. Commander, you better remember our promise. Kokai departs with 4-4 right after I return to Alpha. That should motivate her to really put the search quickly. She already knew what I was going to say. Never surrender, bloodborne goth maid wife. Right? We'll do the opposite of 4-4 and rendezvous back at the end. Alright, as for me... Commander, please stay here and don't go anywhere. Alpha rummages through her briefcase, witnessed and curious, on her back for a moment before pulling a device about half the height of a person, something that resembles a launcher. This is specialized equipment that absorbs ambient radiation for a short period of time. Its operating duration is very short inside the red zone, but will be enough to give you a chance to rest. Please wait here with Team Grozov for the results while 4-4 and Defy conduct our searches. Alright, I understand. Be careful, everyone. If you run into any emergencies, call for support immediately. Stay in constant communication. Alva and Voimistia prepare to leave. Hertia steps up for her to follow, but suddenly turns her back to look at me, returning to my side. Prugia, what's wrong? It's nothing. I just suddenly thought of something. Hertia smiles at me. I mentioned it before, didn't I? I occasionally find out that I have a certain unexplainable abilities. So I thought, maybe I have a way to make you feel better, Commander. With Lit? There's radiation here, girl. What are you doing? Would you like me to try? Without waiting for my response, Bridget crouches down and takes my hand into hers. I don't know if I'm just imagining it, but I feel a warm current flowing into my body starting from my palm. What? The taste of blood in my throat slowly fades, and my head no longer hurts the way it did moments ago. Ooh, special dilly. What is this? How did you do that? Bridget raises her index finger and lightly taps it against my mask where my lips would be. Commander, it's a point to stay warm in the wilderness. Do remember to dress warmer the next time you spend the night outside. With that said, she ends the dialogue by getting up and following Alva and the others without looking back. What the hell is that? Huh? Yeah, what is that? Now that all the squads have their missions, the dolls disperse and begin their carpet sweep of the surrounding area. What in the world? Is she really a doll? The only sounds in this communicator are updates of their own coordinates and SAS reports. In a blank body, exhausted from the long ordeal, and starting to feel weary, I force myself to stay alert and focus on the reports that the dolls are sending back. A small hand wraps around my palm. I think this is how Bridget did it just now. I want to try it too. Are you feeling better? Melanie looks worried too, to reassure her with my hand and pat her head. Yep, I'm feeling much better. Commander, thank you. Thank you for accepting such a selfish request from me. It's alright, I promise you that I'd rescue your companions. My companions? Billy, do you know how many companions you have? I'm not sure. Such things would only be known by the progenitor. Progenitor? We're nothing more than cloned bodies, branches of a collective. Everything we experience will eventually flow back to the progenitor until it becomes the key to opening that door. Key. Teacher once told us that if we were devout enough, we could change the future and save everyone. When God granted us life, He also entrusted us with the responsibility we ought to bear. So sometimes I do wonder, maybe the Nights were wrong, but I did really do the right thing by fleeing that place? Did I run away from the responsibility that she said it was mine to bear? What is the purpose of my being if I've thrown away that responsibility? I never used to think about much of anything. I just wanted to save everyone. But can I, the me of today, really save other Helenas? I haven't accomplished anything after all this time. I've even put you in danger on numerous occasions. Are you worried about me, Melanie? I just think that I don't seem as capable as I imagined myself to be. Of course. However special your existence may be, you're still just a kid. This chaotic world should not be your weight to bear. Be it you or any other Helenas, none of you have grown up enough to bear that kind of responsibility yet. You should be going to school, experiencing life, playing to your heart's content, not carrying humanity's fate on your shoulders for reasons unknown. But there's is no such thing as a responsibility that a newborn should be obligated to bear. Every responsibility should correspond to a choice, but your birth itself was not a choice you made. Alright, now isn't the time to be dwelling on such things. The most important thing right now is to figure out how to rescue this girl called Age 35. Yeah. Speaking of which, when you sensed Age 35, did you notice any particular conditions for you to do so? If we can find her pattern, maybe we can find a way to establish a connection with her, to locate her as quickly as possible. Melanie thinks for a moment. I'm not sure if this counts as anything special, but every time I sensed her, I could that girl's thoughts, feel some kind of intense yearning that didn't belong to her. Whenever this happened, she would feel terrible pain, but perhaps you can briefly establish a connection only through such pulses. About this connection, does it have anything to do with the progenitor you mentioned before? I don't think it's because of her. It was far from the progenitor before, and it isn't easy for her to find me. But as for Age 35, she said that the progenitor seemed to be really interested in her. Because she's a girl who returned from Nirvana, she possesses power from the future. Ooh. Okay. What? So that's why Melly mentioned before that Age 35 knew what happened at the Eve. But why would she possess that kind of power as a Helena clone who had never set foot outside of the laboratory? How did that even accomplish? Because they needed to do a whole ass thing in order to open the door. A strange thought crosses my mind. Oh my god. Oh, Orphalune. No, I mustn't confuse hope with judgment. The leads we have aren't enough to draw any conclusions yet. Because Orphalune said that someone has to take their place, right? In Nirvana. Orphalune is gone. Yeah, I think she dissolved herself in Nirvana when she tried to permanently destroy Chilaveg as well. Unless somehow she also survived. Wait. Damn, this is crazy. Huh. Still, the possibility cannot be ignored. The progenitor, oh, that was cute. Wow, that was cool. That was a cool transition. The progenitor also seems to believe that the power of Age 35 possesses can make her stronger, so she betrayed us once more, allowing those people to know of Age 35's existence. And that's how they discovered what was special about her. And that was why they started using her in council experiments. That girl is in great pain right now. It's constantly forced to feed the strength within her body to something. Well, that something is so terrifying, so powerful. It absorbs everything it can find, turning everything into nourishment for itself. How do you will fist Chilaveg from Nirvana? That's a good question. That is a really good question. Now Chilaveg's gonna become full Naito now, I think. She made a new body for her. I'm scared. If that girl keeps, she's gonna end up dying from just being used up. Melanie. I pat Melanie on the back, pulling her from the mire of her thoughts. We'll save her. We will. Melmy kissed Bria not before starting to lean on my shoulder again. Ooh,
Can I
that is
know something about
crazy
the ladies?
revelation. I wonder, I mean, if Chilveg, when you think about it, Chilveg can be saved from Nirvana. In theory, Orphalune can be saved from Nirvana. The thing about, like, this whole thing with, memory intention, the so-called chosen ones to be immune to the reality warp, right? So, since the commander, like, once Nirvana came back, reality changed, but, you know, the commander still remembers the previous timeline. That would... If Mother remembers exactly what happened too, then whoever Mother is probably went to Nirvana as well and came back. You know? And Nirvana kind of exists outside the, you know, time stream, I guess you could say. So if the chosen ones can remember the past reality, then right now it would, the only people that remember are the commander, Mother, William, but I think there's an extension. It's not just being into Nirvana that does it. I think contributing to it also can have someone remember. Because even after that timeline changed, Igala still remembers Orphalune. Even after a memory wipe, she still remembers Orphalune. Because she was wiped before, and then she still remembered, like, you know, she didn't remember her by name. She didn't remember her by name, but she knows that she was real and that she existed, and that her true loyalties lie with her. But everyone else, everything biologically for everyone else was gone. So why is it Igala? Why does part of Igala remember? That's an interesting thing. I guess it's another thing that makes the third gen dolls special, but if that's true then, or do all the other third gen dolls kind of remember? And like if this, okay, here's one other thing. If the timeline was changed once already, how many times has it changed in the past? Has this world already gone through several iterations already? Subtly, in ways where like the commander wasn't directly involved, and therefore doesn't notice that things had changed. I wonder if the Guichan cells connected to Igala into a higher dimension, which combined with her love for Orphalune left a permanent impression on her. Probably some kind of imprint, yeah. Because right now it's reasonable to assume that if Content Nirvana come back, then you're gonna remember everything. Igala's situation is the outlier, so it's kind of like, because you know damn well that eventually, even though like Lentine is putting her under constant and regular memory wipes, I think there's gonna come a day where like Orphalune will come back in some way, some form, and Ego's gonna turn against Lentine and everyone else. In some manner or fashion, she's gonna turn because that's where her true heart lies. So it's gonna be a sight to see when that happens, and I bet she's gonna be pissed. She's gonna be so pissed because it's like, oh man, you did all this shit to me and trying to make me forget about, you know, my mistress. That's gonna be interesting. I'm really excited to see more about Igala in the future. She's gonna be a terror though. Before we see her like her quote-unquote redemption, she's gonna be so scary. So I'm really excited to see how that's gonna turn out. Okay, where are we? Okay, we can do like 2 more supports. Let's go. Dream. In memories of birth, in the realm of dreams, Mother is calling. Okay. Oh, it's pretty at night. Beneath the moonlight, pale as tulle, a phantom flits across the sea of flowers. His steps are as misty trail across the night, piercing through the bright silver glow reflecting among the blossoms. Scrawl. Coordinates PR495Z82. She looks so cool now, compared to her original design. XU938M39. Sanctum. Stops at the edge of the flower sea, gazing at the faraway castle that stands beneath the faint light. This place is familiar, yet foreign to her. Her birthplace. Oh, she's created here. The place that gave her every dream, every hope, then stripped them all away. Behind Sextans, a white-clad figure draws closer with measured steps. She stops at the edge of Sexton's shadow, cast long and slender upon the ground. A silver glow traces her outline as if shielding her from melting into the darkness ahead. Big sus. She found her first, huh? Well, so much for getting Sextons back, because there's no way this girl's gonna let us take her back. And then if Sextons her desists, then that's gonna be a whole nother story. Hey. Sin Sword answers in her stead. Oh. Sound of her blade clearing the scabbard and cold as the grim reapers exhale. The tip does not tremble in the slightest. Charge straight toward her chest. The instant the black blade strikes its target, the white silhouette shatters. Particles fine as powder look like dusts from cloud radiation dispersing into the air within moments. Right after, the detached voice returns behind Sextans. Welcome home. Oh. Yeah, she's fast. I'm totally unbothered by that too. As the residue of the signs fades, Sexton stares at the emptiness before her, her voice dry and low. Nest, altar, sanctum. So now, she has all of you calling this place home. Ooh. She's mad. Wait a second. Nest, sanctum, altar, sanctum. I think she's using terms that the other third-gen dolls are referring to this place as. Makes you wonder who's using which term for that. Nests. I can see Cocoon calling it the nest. The sanctum. Altar. Maybe the sanctum could be like Blue Sphere, altar for Dartor. Interesting. And who are you? The totem who guides the lost lambs. Ferry to the boundless shore. Or the grail that holds the blood of the world. Which identity has she bestowed upon you? Oh, she described herself back then, right just before this, because they called Sextans the Grail. So who's the totem? And who's the one that is the fairy? Yeah, so she's starting to remember the other third-gen dolls. Ataraxis. Whoa, what the hell? Oh, is that her name? Dude, if that's her name, that's a freaking cool name. I have no need for any identity. Whoa, that's a cool name. Wait, what does that even mean? Let's see if that means anything. Ataraxis. Ataraxia, the Greek term meaning state of robust tranquility, calmness, and freedom from emotional disturbance, worry, or anxiety. Ataraxia. Absence. Similar. Unperturbedness and passiveness. Yeah, they even have that term medical. That's also a medical term. Interesting. Stoicism. Epicureanism. Kerahonism. Pursued at a state of freedom from mental agitation by suspending judgment on worldly matters. Stoicism. Described as inner calm and mental clarity gained through reason and correct judgment. And Epicureanism, viewed as the highest form of happiness and the ultimate goal in life achieved by living simply and removing fear of the gods or death. That's such a cool name. Ataraxis, that's such a cool name. Cause I am the world itself, flowing out from the end. Gates are destined to open to me, and I am ordained not to repeat the failures of those who came before. The gates, she's distraught. Miracles are born, one after another, only to be reduced to dust. No matter the identity, none of them is more than an empty lie fabricated by Paradise. Okay, so she's malfunctioning, I think the rule that's encoded into Sex Sense is pulling her back here, but she's not brainwashed. It's like she's reverting back to who she was. The one who created us, even though she mocked those lies, she happily accepted everything Paradise gave her, all for the sake of so-called perfection. Unfortunately, a perfect life form exists only in the blueprint within her imagination. It can never be brought into reality. And you won't be the final work of that blueprint either. Perhaps she doesn't understand what Sex Sense meant, or perhaps she simply doesn't care about what Sex Sense just said. Girl Cynthia blinks at her gently, due to her name. I am the final creation. At the very least, no individuals will be created as a successor to me with Mother's current series. So what she's saying is that she's moving on to the next project. The next step. The next line. Alright, so whoever this mother is gonna move on from messing around with third gens. Just gonna leave that up to the cold garments to muddle around in. She's moving on to make something better. And perfection was never the goal. The peak always remains at the backstage. All I need to do is keep learning. That is what Mother says. You know what's interesting to me? Is that Mother could have allowed Ataraxis access to the internet or something, or whatever hell they're using, networks, databases. And Ataraxis would learn rapidly about, from said information. But what's curious to me is that Mother, on purpose, is not giving Ataraxis the capability to do so, wanting Ataraxis to learn everything organically. So that's what sets her really apart from the other third-gen dolls, who of course abilities as well. I wonder for what purpose though, so that's really interesting to me. What kind of potential can that be? That's kind of a dangerous potential though, because this means Ataraxis could be, could potentially fall victim to being swayed by others to move against, the Mother. But so far this one probably has the most potential autonomy out of all the third gens in development. The only problem for her is that she's stuck out in the red zone, so she's kind of cut off from actually learning anything. that's also very dangerous, because what if she starts to like, what if Ataraxis starts to like bad things? You know, like she's experiencing like emotions a little bit, right? She's starting to feel things. Like, well, there's a brief interaction with the commander and her dolls. It's like, oh, so this is what dolls feel like, and then she tastes the blood. It's like, oh, so this is what it tastes like. She's like Gimel Giddy, right? So it's like, what if she starts developing like really dark and twisted desires? You know, that's gonna be very, very dangerous. Just the potential to be really dangerous, really fucked up, but also to be really, really like, you know, really good. So interesting to see how she turns out to be. Whatever you say, Sexton doesn't care either. She knows that she can't reason with this one, I think. Although you are my oldest sister, you are far less interesting than the commander. I should have kept her here. My commander? Why was she here? Protect you, perhaps? I want to see Mother. Flo. Mother is not the intention to see thee. Has not the intention to see thee. It was I who summoned you back. Oh. Wait, so she could pull influence on other third gens? Oh, what the hell? How? Command unit? I heard it. And Sexton just went along with it. Like, willingly. That string of code you triggered, no one could ignore it. Oh, man. So the other third gens won't boost her is offline, so... Not even I, who had been destroyed once before. That's a weakness. But still, I want to see her. Do you wish to die by my hand? Her eye changed. It's glowing. Damn, okay, Ataraxis put the line in the sand. She's like, no, you're not seeing Mother. I told you. She doesn't want to see you, and I'm not gonna let you see her. Let you see her. Oh, shit. Do as you please. I will only come to retrieve what is mine, nothing more. What is yours? Do you have something you own? Of your own? I want to know what that is. Very well. I'll take you to see Mother. It's here. I was under the impression that she wasn't even here. Big sis, please follow me. Oh, interesting. Excuse me, that was me. Well, what an interesting exchange. I learned so much from that. It was short, but I learned a lot from it. God, such a cool name. Thank you, thank you. The two of them walk in a row in silence, like the heavy darkness of night and the moonlight that trails its shadow. Sexton's never imagined that she would return to this place again. She left bearing a mission that transcended both humans and dolls. At least that was what she believed at the time. Yet, she returned with nothing. And now, at least, she must reclaim that final thing that can prove who she is. I wonder what she's talking about. Commander, why did you come? Well, you know, if you just stay patient for a little while, you know... I hope you've already gone back. Oh, what if she starts learning that Ataraxis hurt her? Mother said this used to be your room, Big Sis. Please rest here for now. Where is she? Probably in the lab. Mother is still working. Fine. You're nothing more than yet another yes man. I can wait, but if you make me wait too long, something that she wouldn't like to see may happen. What would happen, may I ask? I like her. Anorexis is freaking funny, man. She's cute. Please do not direct your hostility at me, Big Sis. So calm. If If I am forced to attack you, there may be nothing left of you at all, even if I use the least bit of force possible. Oh shit, she flexing? You know, I'd believe it too, considering how she took on, like, Defy and Team Groza. Like, effortlessly. She wasn't even fighting, really. She was just, like, standing around like, ooh, this is interesting. Like, an afterthought. They were just, like, really barely a thought. Kinda scary to see what this girl's potential in combat could be. And therefore, it should be thee that yields to please me. Oh, damn, throwing that little shade in that very calm way. Dang, I don't think Hyun meant to be... She stated that as a matter of fact, but I don't think Hyun meant it to be shade, but that's definitely, like... that's definitely shade. Holy crap. Therefore, it should be me, should be that yields to... I like that. I like this little girl a lot. And I'm really interested in just in general about the third gen dolls and see how they develop as individuals. I feel like they're kind of like rushing Sex Sense right now, because I really didn't get much about her even only up until now, you know, of her actually interacting and doing things. There's no point in taking a hardline stance towards those stronger than yourself. This is how I see it. If there is something that I do not understand, please teach me. You haven't done anything to the commander, have you? Uh-oh. Ah, so you're learning from the commander. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That Bloodborne hat has R I know, right? What did they call it as a tricorn? But it's kind of like... Normally tricorn hats, they have to loop around, like they're connected, they're not frayed like this. So I wonder if what you call this type of hat, tricorn hat. I see, that makes sense then. Since she is a fragile human who cannot even survive here, she must enforce her will and conviction. Even when faced with certain death, she cannot back down. That is how she generates the will to move forward. So your bluster right now must be for the purpose of stealing your own conviction, Big Sis. Analyzing. You are afraid. Ooh. This little brat, dude, I like her. I really like her. She's so cool. King Pepel, what's going on? Welcome. Hello, Froggies. Hi, Froggers. I believe we've met before. My name's Tiferet. I'm a combat android currently playing through the Ghost Frontline 2. Again, do Sex Sense event here. Having a good old time with it. Thank you so much, Astro Ranger, for the follow, by the way. Appreciate it. If you guys need to, head out and relax and chill for the evening, I do understand. If you want to hang out, then feel free to hang out. None of this is like a visual novel sort of thing, so kind of like jumping in the middle is kind of confusing as to what's going on, but yeah. If you're curious, like, at least see what's happening, then, yes, you're welcome. But this little girl, man, calling her out. Well, I gotta give Sex Sense some credit. She's actually keeping it together very well. She's not taking the bait. You fear me, you fear Mother even more. But what you fear the most remains. Shut up. Little bratty little sister. STR-01A247 tries to take a step forward in the darkness. The ground beneath her feet is not level. In fact, we can see that it's strewn with obstacles. And so, unsurprisingly, she falls. Along with the loud crash of metal striking metal comes extreme discomfort from her frame. STR-01A247 doesn't know what to do. All she can do is lie there helplessly. At what seems to be a long time, a gentle voice rises through the dark. That must be Mother. You've fallen. Oh, is this Sexton's, birth, so to speak? Before she's given a name. How does it feel? Feel? Right. You don't know what feel means yet. You take STR 018247's hand in your own. You may understand it as a complex dynamic, biological feedback algorithm. It contains certain sensors readings, for example, right now. In the palm of your hand, the pressure sensor will register as 0.3 N. The force and the temperature sensors will detect a heat source at around 36.3 degrees Celsius. This data flows into your neural space where it is logged as the corresponding behavior, handshake. So I thought she's breaking down how an android interprets sensation. That's interesting. Handshake. But a feeling does not end here. Aside from the data stream the neural code receives, a non-logical evaluation system will provide you with real-time feedback. The emotional module within your neural cloud generates neurotransmitters in your frame, to then log a tendency within your neural cloud space. And the next time, when that 0.3 N of force and that 36.3 degree of contact are registered again, the concept of handshake will feed directly back into your neural cloud. Just like right now. Oh, it's a very, interesting way for them to explain how androids learn. That's interesting. Mother once again takes STR018247's hand, then helps her up to her feet. See, I have steadied you. So long as I am by your side, you will never fall again. Now, try walking forward. With worry, STR018247 takes a small step forward. Though obstacles still cover the ground with the support of Mother's grip on her, the lowest point of her frame finally lands steadily and squarely upon the floor. This is interesting. One would reason that if you make an android, they would become pre-programmed for these sort of things, right? Stabilization, basic motor functions. But Mother purposely designed them to be without. So they have to learn. That's interesting. Wonder why I should pick that. Maybe it's to instill more emotional ground. At last he called it the non-logical response. Algorithm things. How do you feel now? So he's talking about feelings. Will not fall. Safe. The woman looks deeply satisfied. You see, so long as I'm by your side, you are safe. Do you understand? Yes. But what if you are not? My child, I will always be here. At any time, whenever you need me. I will be by your side. If TR018247 nods, half understanding, half not. Now I shall slowly teach you everything about the world, holding nothing back. Oof. Getting to some hard lessons. Everything? Indeed, everything. The woman holds the doll's hand, resting her other hand on STR018247's shoulder. She brings her lips close to the auditory sensor and whispers, in a voice low and intimate, words that flow like divine revelation. For a newly born doll whose neural cloud had only just taken shape, this is nothing short of sensory overload. Everything grasp. Every step I take will become the path you walk. The knowledge I hold will be the foundation from which you explore the unknown. The principles I reveal will be the map that guides you through the fog. And the mysteries I've yet to unravel shall be the dawn you meet the future with. Oh, I know why she's doing it this way. He's making them completely dependent on her. Hence, she can mold them however she wishes, without having any pre-programmed to try to challenge that. My child, you have the chance to become such a being. If that day comes, you will transcend the prison of consciousness, transcend the limits of intelligence, perhaps transcend even time itself. Transcend all the chains that have bound humanity for so long. And become a unique existence in this world with no peer. This will be a thorny path. However, you are blessed that we will support each other. I will hold you steady all the way to the end. Just like how a moment ago I made sure your feet found solid ground despite the closure of your eyes. I will not disappoint you. Haha, my sweet child, you have a gentle heart. But you will never disappoint me, for your very birth has already advanced me one step forward. Our birth. We. TR01A427 opens her eyes for the first time. She finally sees what it was that made her trip earlier. Countless broken, shattered frames. Failures of her models that came before her. Like sense lost deep in her memory, closes her eyes tightly. She didn't even bother with getting rid of, cleaning up the failed ones she just left in there. Whose memory fragments were from the breath of her neural cloud, it should have been wiped out along with her past at the conglomerate, but somehow they were preserved intact. Memory is a strange way of memory retention. So, even Sexton's is experiencing something that Eaglin is experiencing. It's not about the past timeline, but technically it was part of the past timeline, but Sexton's was wiped, but she's still remembering it. So this is a unique trait for the third gens. Now, all that she remembers is a promise made at her birth. Oh, and the agony that came with it. Fascinating. Alright, we'll do one more. Let's go. Risky plan. A rescue is a line from first code, and the signposts that lead to freedom all point towards traps. This event is, I'm learning a lot in this event. The temperature around us drops sharply after nightfall. Faint blue fluorescence radiating from edges of the collapse of epithelium make the air chill more so. Melanie drifts off to dreamland as we wait for Sexton to be found. Looks like Melanie tolerates the red zone far better than an ordinary human like me. He's an immune individual after all. It's been nearly 8 hours since we entered the red zone. As the ordinary human present, my skin has already started to prickle even with my protective suit on. It has become more difficult for me to breathe as well. A wave of fatigue washes over me out of nowhere. My eyelids start to feeling heavy. It's getting harder and harder to maintain my focus. Commander, we found traces of activity from Sextons at coordinates blah 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 blah. The Dalu we encountered earlier, which was suspected to be 3rd gen, is together with her as well. Flora 4's report tilted back to alertness. Looking at the offline map in my comms device, I see the coordinates lie about 3 kilometers from us. or 2 o'clock direction. Well, basically, back to the castle. You really know how to look for sextons, really. Let's do the castle. The worst case scenario has come to pass. Commander, do we act? Wait until we link up with you first. Alva, where are you right now? How far are you from that location? We are searching the opposite direction from 4-4. We can reach there in about 20
Have
minutes.
you ever danced through the Tafel and the pale moonlight?
Understood. We'll head over as well. Oh, hey, hello Vexworth. How are you doing? Welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome everyone. My name's Tiferet. I'm a combat android. We're currently playing some Girls Frontline 2. Playing the new character banner event right now. We're at like the 8th part in out of like 16, so we're at about the halfway point. But welcome. If you guys want to hang out, you can feel free to hang out. I know it's kind of hard to get into once you're in the middle of a story because it's a visual novel type of game. It's understandable. If you guys need to head out or bounce out, feel free to go ahead and do so. If you want to hang out and just chill, then you're free here, more than welcome to do that as well. Thank you for coming by. Fuka, keep watching them for now. Don't make a move until 3 and if I arrive. Acknowledged. How are they gonna break her out of here? Cause trying to find Melanie, age 35 plus sextons and being guarded by freaking Ataraxis is wild. Alright, thank you for the lurk. 20 minutes later, the 3 squads regroup. But during our approach, Kukai reports a new update over the comms channel. The 2 of them didn't linger outside, they entered the castle. Great. So now, a difficult decision awaits me. Thanks to Defy support, the equipment we brought included a large number of highly destructive weapons, and among them, enough explosives to level this castle. When we entered the castle earlier, none of the squads found any signs of special defensive measures, so if our only goal were to destroy the Purge's base, I could just ask 4-4 to timely plant explosives around the castle to wait for the right moment to detonate them. Oh, Gravity Herds, thank you so much for the follow, appreciate it. I have full confidence that even right now, 4-4 could carry out that mission without a scratch. The remaining 2 squads would only need to take advantage of the enemy's confusion to hold position around the castle, picking off any survivors. But now we know that Sextons just went inside the castle. Even though she did a lot of work for the conglomerate, she helped us freely during her time with us aboard Elmo, whether intentional or not. What's more, she carries many of the leads I'm interested in. If you want to bring Sextons back with us, then that brutish, straightforward plan must obviously be thrown away. Stare unblinkingly at the nearby castle. Bathed in the moonlight and sky-pressed spires look unusually sharp. The stained glass windows leak faint hints of light. Though from a distance, it's impossible to tell whether any figures are moving about inside. Well, you got a lot of the Nemesis people in there. The most noble raid. Danger, don't. Commander, oh shit, we've been found out. Melanie? Noticing that Melanie is awake, Rosa sets her down on the ground. Melanie rubs her eyes. When she realizes that she was dreaming, she stumbles over to me and unsteady steps. Commander! Oh, she's having a nightmare. Had a nightmare? Yeah, but this time it was a little different. Maybe it's because we're so close now. Scenes in my dream became much clearer. What did you see this time? Something bad. What's wrong? That powerful being I was sensing is changing. Commander, if we don't hurry, she'll be devoured. Devoured? Melanie, take it slow. What's going to be devoured? 35. Melanie falls silent, her body trembles, and her thoughts too seem to be in disarray. I really want to keep pressing her, but seeing how frightened she is, I can't bring myself to make her relive the scary sights that plagued her dreams. Still, based on what Melody had sensed before, whatever happened, whatever appeared in a dream is almost certainly connected to this castle. Looks like danger is closing in. The longer we sit here, the more likely it is for things to spiral out of control. I have to make my decision immediately, no matter the outcome. Alright, Commander. Endorsed has found records of a historical building in the All-Flight database. It looks really similar to this castle in front of us. It was built in the 16th century according to the records. Later requisitioned during the war between the NSU and the URNC, it became the prime residence of a warlord after the war. Also, the castle was a protected historical landmark before this area became a red zone, so we have detailed restoration diagrams and info on its interior structures. I've shared the info with the squads and uploaded them to each of your databases. Good job, Andoris. They may be old, but they should still be of some use. I'm glad we have her around. The terminal I'm holding quickly receives the images sent by Andoris. Not only do they show the building's exterior and internal structures, they also show the room layouts and even details on the piping. I quickly skimmed through the building's overall structure. It doesn't differ much from our own experience of the castle from earlier. But when I try to locate the hidden room that Nemesis led us on, the foreclan, all I see is a solid wall. So there are some discrepancies after all. Looks like the newer owner had added it. But how did Nemesis know about it? Well, I'd say that she used to live here, that's why. Forget it, I'll ask her once we're back. Maybe we should ask about if there's any other secret tunnels. Or doors, or whatever. My priority is to get Sectons out, and if possible find a way to destroy this Paradise base. The enemy may have anticipated my next move, but if I let something like that stop me, I would have died 10 years ago. And what's the plan? After some discussion, I decided to split the 3 squads into 2 action plans. The first action plan will be to use Defy. Pergia, who specializes in electronic warfare, will use the castle's blueprint to map the wiring and look for ways to exploit them. The second action plan will be used by 404, who will be establishing defenses on the perimeter. They will coordinate with Pergia from the outside in, working to take control of the enemy's electronic systems. Could use indoors for that. Also, a high-yield explosives have been given to 404. They'll begin setting up detonation points around the castle once you move inside. Detonate them when necessary. As for Melanie, I tried to convince her to stay at the perimeter with 404, but she insisted on staying with me. I had no choice but to have Team Groza continue to guard her. Groza identifies a suitable infiltration route on the castle's blueprints. After synchronizing the data with the rest of the group, our 2 groups to separate roughly a kilometer from the castle. Commander, the route has been confirmed. No enemies detected at key positions. Same here on my end. Looks like it's time for me to shine. Commander, is there anything you wish to tell us? Nope. Everyone, let's begin. First, assist Pergia in breaking through the castle's surveillance system. Allow her to begin, do her thing, and then they'll move in. Oh, and level 2. Alright. Crazy freaking belly. Now limit the units. We'll wait for them to spawn? Okay.
大丈夫。
Oh, they're dead. Come to me. It's Jude again? Holy shit. What the fuck? What the fuck?
さっさと倒れたらどうだ。
She just... Anyone who comes within a range, she just kills them. That's crazy. What the hell? Quickscoping she is. Look at the visual key I specified here. I'll take a look at it later. Infiltration complete. 4-4, are you receiving the signal? You hacked into it already? Oh, she's impressed. Yes. Given the urgency, I used some unconventional methods. That's way too fast. Wow, someone actually impressing 416? She's normally never impressed. Pardon? Nothing. She's like, I can't have you on my team. And doors check whether we can connect to the signal. No problem there. The strong radiation is causing interference, but the basic control of what's connected to the wiring should be possible. This Pritia, you really are impressive. Heh, you too. Just checked, Miss Pritia seems to have cracked most of the castle's wiring. However, one area seems to have special encryption, so I can't see into it yet. I thought I already handled that area. Whispers of void, obstruction. Nemesis speaks up to offer a hint. Hearing this, Preacher quickly takes an expression of understanding. Is that so? I knew it. Nemesis giving away all the secrets. Bridget seems to do something complex at our end. The map transmitted by Doors now finally has the last block of surveillance footage lit up. It's the castle's basement area. You know, the special kind of encryption method is... It's impressive that you knew about it, Nemesis. Yosh, well... I need to get her backstory, like for real. Indeed, Nemesis has been showing a great deal of familiarity with this location ever since our earlier infiltration. She probably just was one of the guards here, that's probably what she was. How she managed to break free from that, who knows? And there were those dolls who looked just like Nemesis. Did Nemesis escape from this place, or... Now we have all our preparations done. But just to be safe, everyone please wait until you receive our confirmation signal before taking action. Understood? How's the situation outside? Things are going relatively smoothly so far. T and Bioka is still confirming the reliability of the detonation points. Once they're done, we can begin placing the explosives. Thank you for your hard work. Save the pleasantries for another time. If you don't get out of there soon, Mitz might end up blowing you up into high heaven along with the castle. When it beeps, she ends the call. So tsundere. Under Endorse's guidance, we bypass enemy surveillance and slip into the castle through a small window at the rear. As we move along the corridor, I gradually begin to think that the place somehow feels kind of off. Logically speaking, the security should be tighter than usual since we had a huge fight here just a few hours ago. But aside from a few scattered low-tier meta dolls whose neuroclouds Purge hacked and then burnt out, we haven't encountered any enemies that could count as a real guard on our infiltration route. Dang, Prantio's going full netrunner on these things. That's cool. Of course, this was the outcome we hoped for when we chose this route. Now that things are actually playing out this smoothly, I can't help but wonder if I've walked into a trap. Probably. Commander, are you worried about something? Yeah, I just can't shake the feeling that something's not right. Any sign of Sexton's location? No good. Our own radar sensors are still useless. Can you see her in the surveillance footage? One moment, let me just have a look. Ah, found her. Commander, can you see the feed that I'm showing? Anduis projects the image over. There are several blurry figures in the video feed, although it's hard to see what they're doing. The two at the center are unmistakably Sextons and the girl we encountered earlier. Very clearly. It says, based on the building structural diagrams, it's a banquet hall located at the rear of the first floor. according to the layout, the kitchen is to the left of the dining hall. The dining hall's to the right. While the reception room you visited earlier is above. Below, like banquet hall, is a huge wine cellar. A wine cellar? If you wanted to go there from your position, you'd have to pass through the corridor ahead, go through the storeroom, then take the spiral staircase down, then go through the living room to the left side. That would be the safest route. Alright, got it. And Doris draws a path for me through the building structural diagram. Covering most of the building during our earlier fighting, but we never actually went anywhere below the reception room. I'm about to study the castle's general map when I notice movement in surveillance footage. Aside from the girl in sex sense, the other dolls around them suddenly drop to the floor in some kind of strange posture. Oh, worship? The mother must be showing up. Wait a minute. What are those dolls doing? Right, I think I've seen something like this before. Yeah, it's when like the followers are following Wish being the Naitos. Fuck, there's a Naito there? Oh wait, that's a flashback. I saw it back when Kodafe encountered the Naito's purification ritual. No, I mean, that was so long ago. Oh, that was so long ago. With that thought in mind, I do my best to zoom in on the image to check whether what I'm seeing matches what I suspect. But all I get are larger blocks of pixelated color. Can the picture be made clearer? I'm sorry, Commander, the radiation interference is too strong here. Data transmission can only be measured in kilobytes. Damn, kilobytes? But push the bandwidth any further, I'm afraid I might actually crash. I see, then let's not. I take one of the last look at the route map, suddenly committing it to memory. Then I shut off my terminal, put it away, and chamber around in my pistol. Since our opponent's connected to Paradise, what they're doing is obviously enough. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what they're up to. I have to see it for myself anyway. Oh, we're gonna go? Are you sure?
想定通りの勝利です
Sure you wanna do that?
本当はもう
I don't know. I don't know about that. Okay, wow. Dude, gun breach could have chunk in. What's that? 1, 2. Oh, it's 7 more, huh? Alright, so I think that as curious as I am to see the next one, the story segment's gonna be pretty big. So I think we're gonna take a little break for now and we'll just finish it tomorrow. Let's go find some to raid. Man, this event has been really cool so far. Normally for events like this, they take some time to set everything up, right? To get it going. But this time around, they just go straight into action right off the bat, which is freaking insane. So that was really cool. I really like that. They're not wasting any time. And let's see, the new GFL 2 announcement. Let me take a look real quick. The Trampoline 2. Maku's there. Balian Island emergency broadcasts. Wait. Sashi Sextants. Game art exhibition? Is that the one? Wait, what's this? They drew a collab? I don't see anything. It's the Balian Island one. Oh, what the hell? Where's the Celtic podcast? Oh, that's pretty. Grossa, is that Sop Dog? Killing a dragon? That's a pretty art. Have to look into that more. That's really nice. That's really cool. That's like a good background. I need to get that picture without all the text and stuff. That'd be an amazing background. Sop Dog. Cool. Alright. Material redundancy. Major theme event just around the corner. Okay. That's really good art. Alright guys, so I think we're gonna raid Valsina. She's playing some Grey Zone right now, just chilling out. She's going through some hard times with her PayPal. And, it'd be nice to send you some company, Grey Zone is one of my favorite games as well, so, hope you enjoy. I don't know what she's doing, and looks like she's in Namthaven for some reason, or a Starry Town, but we'll see what happens. We'll go with Sextons. We'll do what Sextons read. For us, let's see. So we're gonna finish this event tomorrow. I do have maintenance tomorrow, so I won't be around for most of the day. So whether I come back in the afternoon or evening time, that's when we'll power through and finish this event. We got some press left, so we'll definitely get through it. I don't expect myself to be under maintenance for all day. Maybe early afternoon I should return. So, we'll see. Hopefully it's not crazy long. Anyways, guys, thank you so much for hanging out. Just say hello to Vel for me, and we will hopefully finish this tomorrow, and it'll be awesome. Alright, thank you so much, everyone, for taking care. Take care, I appreciate you all. You guys are the best. Alright, bye now. Bye-bye.